morning, 5 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Another pretty fall day is in store for us. Here's Stefano DiPietro.
We're in the 50s, a few spots in the 40s this morning, 70s to the low 80s this afternoon, and again, that's under plenty of sunshine, so no weather worries for us at all today.
Yeah, it's 56 degrees right now in Nashville. In the news, President Trump on his return trip from Israel and Egypt, and he spoke with reporters on board Air Force One about what's next for Gaza. Now, one thing that is not being considered is a two-state solution.
I'm not talking about single state or double state or two-state. We're talking about the rebuilding of Gaza.
ABC News' James Longman says what happens from here is the hard part.
Really, it has been Donald Trump's deal. That is no exaggeration to say. Of course, now is the hard work. In many ways, the easiest part of all this is done, the stopping of the fighting. But how you achieve a wider peace, this very grandiose statement that's been made now about the dawning of a new Middle East, we are nowhere close to that. The next steps, very, very unclear about how any of this can actually come about.
And the work to recover the bodies of deceased hostages continues today. The shutdown also continues today, but our military troops are going to be paid tomorrow. Tennessee 4th District Congressman Scott Desjardins says military members will get paid on Wednesday for sure.
We've got money lined up to do that, and totally understand. It's one of those things when you're living paycheck to paycheck, and we underpay a lot of our military. They need that money, and they're going to get it on the 15th, and we'll find a way to make sure they get it on the 30th.
He was speaking on the Matt Murphy Show yesterday. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Major market indexes rallied on Monday in trading. The Dow was up 588 points at the close. The S&P gained 102, and the Nasdaq rose 490 points. Indexes regained some of the value lost in Friday's sell-off after President Trump renewed his tariff threats against China. Trump softening his language on Monday, giving investors some hope of a trade truce. Shares of chipmaker Broadcom were up more than 9% on news of a partnership with OpenAI to design chips for artificial intelligence. Rising tariff costs are forcing retailers to pull back plans to hire seasonal temp workers. The Associated Press reports one job replacement firm forecasts hiring will fall below 500,000 positions. J.P. Morgan Chase announced a $10 billion investment in U.S. companies with crucial ties to national security, part of a 10-year plan to support industries critical to national economic security. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures all pointing down this morning. The Dow futures minus 245, NASDAQ futures minus 283, S&P futures, they're down by 58. That's the latest news. Stick around for traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident in Joelton this morning. It's on 24, the westbound side before New Hope Road. They're cleaning it up right now, but the right lane has been blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, there's great news.
What is it?
They let me come back for one more day despite the fact that we missed 18 minutes of commercials yesterday because of Donald Trump's epic speech.
That's okay. It's coming out of your paycheck.
You know what's so funny? Well, they've done that before. So you know what's so funny, though? I walked into the general manager's, the corner office.
Yeah.
And I said, there's good news and bad news. And he's like, okay. He already knows that it's more bad news than good news. There's peace in the Middle East.
Yes.
And the bad news? We missed 18 minutes of commercials. And he just totally facepalmed.
18 minutes.
18 minutes. Now, people thought that I looked bored during Donald Trump's speech. It wasn't that I was bored. It was that I knew that I was going to get in trouble. I knew that I was going to have to, do that walk of shame downstairs to the first floor and tell them how many commercials I missed, but it's okay. I'm here.
Did it go how you thought it would?
Kind of did, actually. Kind of did. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, have you heard Alyssa Griffin Farrah Griffin?
She's on The View, yeah.
All right, so what is her name? Alyssa something.
Alyssa, I know it's Farrah.
All right, whatever.
Alyssa.
So she is kind of sort of a conservative.
Farrah Griffin, go on.
I love this headline.
She's not a conservative.
I know.
Go on.
The headline is MAGA, because, you got all these people in the mainstream media that they talk about MAGA like we're just one big block of people,
yes.
Right? MAGA is demanding that Alyssa Griffin Farrah, whatever her name is.
Alyssa Farrah Griffin.
Alyssa Farrah Griffin, pay up. So what does that mean? You know what this story is, Joan?
No.
This is what she said back in December on The View.
Really hostages out. I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on the show and say, thank you for doing it. Yeah. She'll knock it right off my head. But you have to be able to cheer for wins when they happen and then call out relentlessly the wrongdoing. Well,
you heard what she said. If Donald Trump gets the hostages out, she will wear a MAGA hat on The View. And so now, and I'm air quoting here, MAGA is demanding that she wear that hat on The View. I think what they need to do is they need to send her a Trump 2028 hat.
Oh, yes.
I think that would be funny as all get out. You think she'll do it, though? I don't think she will.
I don't know, but I saw plenty of MAGA hats yesterday in the crowd, in Israel.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, there were some fans there.
Let me tell you something. Yesterday, there is no doubt how epic yesterday was. And I will tell you, even though we were joking about the amount of commercials that we missed and so forth, I got to tell you that it is so prideful. I was talking to somebody, I don't know who it was. It may have been you, Joan, I'm not sure. But I was texting somebody, and I was talking about how prideful it is that, I was there from the very beginning. And I think you were there from the very beginning, too, as far as being a Donald Trump supporter. And there's a lot of people that have come along, for the ride, which is great. But, for me, as this whole thing was unfolding yesterday, this is a very big deal. We are now on, day 2 of peace in the Middle East. And so I think that for Republicans and for conservatives and supporters of Donald Trump, this is a obviously, very clearly, a very big day. There is a hostage that has been out there talking. I'm going to play this real quick. And he's talking about how he would actually debate with and talk politics with his Hamas captors. This was really interesting. So I'm going to play this. I'm going to shank this guy's name. I already know. Omer Shem Tov.
Okay. I think he did that just fine.
He is a former Israeli hostage of Hamas, and he was being interviewed yesterday because, of course, of his experiences. He was released a few months ago, but he spoke about how Hamas, they were actually afraid of Donald Trump. Hamas actually wanted Kamala Harris to win. This is what the guy says, video.
Yes, it's him. He got me out. He got the hostages out. Before, we felt like nothing is happening, And I remember for me, ever since he came into the road, they were very scared of him. Yeah, they wanted terrorists. Yeah, they wanted Kamala to be chosen, to be elected.
You hear that? Dude says that the terrorists wanted Kamala Harris to win. Now, he also said the terrorists, now you're talking about Hamas, right? So they do horrific, reprehensible things. They were and are afraid of Donald Trump. They wanted Kamala Harris to win.
To be chosen, to be elected. Yeah. They wanted Kamala to be elected. But as soon as Donald Trump was elected, they understood that he wants to bring the hostages back home. Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, obviously that is not really surprising. You remember way back when there were all these illegal aliens? You remember this, Joan? All the illegal aliens coming across the border, and they were wearing Biden-Harris shirts.
Uh-huh. Like, did they like box up shirts and send them down there and say, here, put this on as you cross by and walk past a camera?
I don't know. See,
craziest thing.
Here's the funny thing, though, Joan, is that could not have worked out better for Republicans.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump, right? So if I'm a Republican strategist, I'm like, yeah, send a bunch of Biden-Harris shirts to the southern border and put them on all the illegal aliens and teach them how to say, we love Joe Biden, right? Because that's literally what they did. And the reason why this former hostage is saying that Hamas wanted Kamala Harris to win is because they know that Joe Biden was clearly, because y'all know, and I know, Joe Biden was weak on the world stage.
He traded a Russian arms dealer for a WNBA basketball player.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. You're absolutely right. And leaving other people in the Russian prison that had been there a lot longer. Remember that whole thing? And by the way, I think that arms dealer, I saw a story. I forget dude's name, but I think he's back in the game, as predicted, by the way. But these terrorists, the Hamas terrorists, they knew that Biden simply was not going to do anything. I want you to think about Joe Biden's 4 years, right? He funded Iran, because it all tracks. Joe Biden's 4 years. He funded Iran, allowing them to do whatever they wanted to do. Sell oil to the Russians and so forth. I mean, Joe Biden let them do anything to restore their economy, to continue to fund terrorism. He allowed Iran to manufacture weapons, to buy weapons, to sell weapons. He allowed them to fund terrorism. I mean, there were so many times that we talked about Joe Biden where he actually seemed to be on Iran's side as they funded the likes of Hamas and Hezbollah. And so Donald Trump's mantra over and over and over again for years has been that Iran, simply put, could not have nuclear weapons. And so, of course, these guys wanted Kamala Harris to win because they knew that they could get away with anything. If Kamala Harris was in power, she could clearly, just like Joe Biden, not handle anything here in America, let alone the world stage. Now, you remember Biden when he was making all of those verbal gaffes, all of those physical gaffes. I mean, it really was an embarrassment on the world stage. By the way, speaking of Joe Biden, he has made a statement now on Donald Trump and the release of the hostages. Joe Biden and his Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, both are out there talking, and we're going to talk about that straight ahead. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Crash cleanup continues in Joelton on 24, the westbound side before New Hope Road, exit 31. The right lane still blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Mostly sunny today and pleasant. Real feel of 80 degrees.
Both the high and the feels like temp are the same.
No, I like the real feel in my weather script. Oftentimes, Joan, I don't read the weather ahead of time because I trust the producers not to put anything goofy in there like real feel. The real feel today is going to be 80 degrees.
Hey, man, I've been tempted to put other things in that weather report.
Go blank yourself, Nashville, right? Kind of like from the whole Anchorman thing.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Go blank yourself, Joe Biden. Did you hear what Joe Biden said? So he has kind of sort of praised Donald Trump for his success in the peace deal, but he's actually now trying to take some of the credit. Joe Biden, who I just talked about what he did in the 4 years that he was in office so that he could enable and empower Iran to pay for Hamas to attack Israel. This is what he says. The road, well, whoever was typing it out for him in this statement, I should be more clear and concise. The road to this deal was not easy, he says. My administration worked relentlessly to bring hostages home, get relief to Palestinian civilians, and end the war, Biden said in a statement to X on Monday. Which is kind of funny because he actually did the exact opposite.
Bingo.
He also says, I commend President Trump and his team for their work to get a renewed ceasefire deal over the finish line. So what he was trying to do, by that statement, getting it over the finish line, he's trying to say that he effectively laid the groundwork for all of this, which Joe Biden didn't do jack or crap. He goes on to say, I am deeply grateful and relieved that this day has come for the last living 20 hostages who have been through unimaginable hell and are finally reunited with their families and loved ones. Hey, if you want to cry today, Joan, I don't know if you just randomly want to cry, but if you felt like crying today, like your makeup's all nice and, done and everything.
Okay, yeah.
And you wanted to get all messed up, just watch the videos of the hostages being released and then being reunited with their families.
It's funny you should say it. Before you came in this morning, I started watching it, and you just cannot watch it without crying your eyeballs out, thinking about, for me, the moms hugging their sons for the first time in 2 years.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you do the whole fanning of your face fanning of your eyes to make sure your makeup doesn't run?
No, nobody was here. I didn't care whether I cried or not.
Okay, very good. But at least Joe Biden, even though he is trying to claim that he is the one that laid the groundwork, you know what? I could say that Joe Biden actually did lay the groundwork for Iran to attack Israel. Actually, that is the groundwork that he did lay. But then you had former Secretary of State Antony Blinken also taking credit. This is from Fox News. On Monday, Blinken said Trump's 20-point peace plan for the Gaza Strip was based on one developed by the Biden administration. In a lengthy post on X, and I would say this, because I want to be fair, there are some things that are in the 20-point peace plan, and I'll go over it again, but there's some things in the 20-point peace plan that are obvious, and so those are perhaps the things that Blinken is referring to, but the reality is that Trump was able to form that massive coalition. I mean, you're talking about all of those Middle Eastern countries, you're talking about all of those nations in Europe as well, all of those leaders getting behind Donald Trump. Did you see yesterday? You ever take your kids to go see Santa Claus at the mall? And you got this big, long line of kids and their parents wanting to take a picture with Santa Claus. Yesterday, you had all of these world leaders standing in line to take a picture with Donald Trump. Did you see that? It is so incredibly funny. And there was a handshake. We'll talk about this. There is a handshake from hell for one of these foreign leaders. We're going to talk about that at 5:35. But Antony Blinken, taking credit, Biden administration trying to take credit for the release of the hostages. In a lengthy post on X, Blinken, who served in the Biden administration, outlined how Donald Trump was able to secure the peace agreement. He noted that Arab states and Turkey have said enough to Hamas and said the response also showed that other Iran-backed groups, Hezbollah and Yemen's Houthi rebels, were not coming to Hamas's aid. Well, the reason why that is, Antony, is because Trump basically neutralized or neutered Iran through not only sanctions, but also taking out their military capabilities. And that was a huge part of all of this. Yet every step of the way, I want you to think about this. Every step of the way, when Donald Trump was doing what Donald Trump had to do, from taking out Iran's nuclear or military capabilities to going to the Middle East to really set the groundwork for the end to the Hamas-Israeli war, when he, again, went to the Middle East and really worked on these Middle Eastern leaders, Trump has been blasted by the mainstream media and the Democrats and some Republicans every step of the way. And that's why when I say it's really awesome and it feels really good to be a Donald Trump supporter from the very beginning. So I love all of this. Blinken says, and then we'll wrap this up. He says it starts with a clear and comprehensive post-conflict plan for Gaza, Blinken wrote. It's good that President Trump adopted and built on the plan the Biden administration developed after months of discussion with Arab partners, Israel, and the Palestinian Authority. So the Democrats, of course, obviously trying to steal some of Donald Trump's thunder. Not real surprising. You know, the Biden administration, is there anything that they have to brag about?
And Joan Shingang, I'm going to pronounce it right, Shanga Kawawa.
I think that's Bidenese for no. We have absolutely nothing to brag about. They don't. Joan, can you think of one thing? Let's be honest. Let's put let's take our conservative hats off. Is there anything that the Biden administration did right? I think they did do one thing right, and I'll start. They put forward legislation to help the veterans with the burn pits. Remember that whole thing?
Yes.
So they did that. I'm trying to think of anything else. Sam, can anybody think of anything?
I think most importantly, they showed us why they shouldn't be in power.
That's exactly right.
So if you ask Google will tell you that among his accomplishments was the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first major federal gun control law in nearly 3 decades. Also, the expansion of the Affordable Care Act.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Nope.
Freedom.
The funny thing is, like, you had to Google.
Yeah.
You had to Google, give me something positive about Joe Biden. I think Sam's spot on. They told us why Democrats should not be in power. 524. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, what is coming up in the news?
Yeah, so the work to identify the remains being recovered at the site of the AES building explosion, that continues this morning. We've got some news on that. And the Titans, well, they make some big changes. That's coming up as well at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
President Trump is not proposing an increase in student visas for Chinese students. The 600K references 2 years' worth of visas, which is simply a continuation of existing policy.
I don't want 300,000 people a year from China in our country. I just don't.
No.
Because I think they spy.
Yeah.
And I think that they're stealing
I don't even
our
think
intellectual
it's not even that
property.
we think they do.
They do.
They do it. Well, they got busted operating secret police stations in our country.
Yeah.
They got busted operating a secret biolab in California.
And why are they? That's right. I remember that.
They rode a spy balloon over our entire country. There should be.
And Joe Biden let it happen.
There should be no reason why we're doing this.
Selling your home can be stressful, but it doesn't have to be. Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Work with the #1 real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Go to markspain.com today.
.529, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. One of the things I find interesting, and Joan and I were talking about this in our pre-show meeting, because every day we have a pre-show meeting.
It's very informal.
Sometimes even on Saturdays, we'll go back and forth about my hydrangeas and her corn.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking about how now there's a whole bunch of folks in the media that are sort of, I don't know, dismissing or, dare I say, poo-pooing
Yes.
the accomplishments of Trump yesterday. And I find that fascinating because, and maybe we'll talk about maybe some examples coming up at 5:35. But I just think that they're choking on their own hatred of Trump. And so I think that's part of what's going on. Did you hear what Martin Sheen said?
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Didn't he play a president?
Yeah, you know what? People like Martin Sheen and some of these other people that you know, they like to play political figures. I think they just have this overestimation as far as how much people give a crap about their political opinions.
Yes.
But
yes.
Wait till you hear what Martin Sheen said about Donald Trump. It is coming up next, and we got a whole lot of stuff coming up here. By the way, we've got Chris Davis, Humphreys County Sheriff, coming up at 7:35. He's going to tell us what is going on there at Ground Zero as we continue that investigation into the explosion that happened last Friday. And also, a Republican nominee for the 7th, Matt Van Epps. He's going to be joining us at 8:05. So big show today. Looking forward to both of those conversations. It is 5:30, Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, the process to determine the cause of Friday's Accurate Energy Systems explosion is a foot-by-foot process. And the names of the 16 people who died last week in that deadly explosion have been now released. Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis on that yesterday.
As we stand up there, we start looking out across everyone that's in the room. My neighbor, her husband is in one of these victims. One of my best friends.
Meantime, the work to identify the remains being recovered continues. Channel 4's Steve Mailing.
But a priority for crews on site now, confirming identities of those lost in the tragedy.
As remains are brought to us, we will be testing those to do matches.
The technology uses DNA taken from family members. The first step of the process that was done immediately.
Now, that investigation, they say, could take months to complete. It's day 13 of the government shutdown, and there is no end in sight. But President Trump has followed through on a threat to use that shutdown to pare down a bloated federal government.
As the government shutdown heads into its third week, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson with a stark warning.
We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history.
The longest shutdown was during the first Trump administration and lasted 35 days. The House Speaker said Democrats can end the shutdown tomorrow, calling their hard line on extending the Obamacare subsidies to keep health care costs for millions from rising a boondoggle. The White House using the shutdown to fire more than 4,000 federal workers, including many inside the Department of Education.
That's ABC's Rachel Scott. Brian Callahan is out as head coach of the Tennessee Titans. NBC Sports' Mike Florio.
The football gods gave them a gift last week against the Cardinals, and they didn't turn one win into two. They just took that as, hey, we got our win. We're not going to go winless, and they're back to what they were.
Callahan's dad also departed yesterday. Senior offensive assistant Mike McCoy is taking over as interim coach. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, they are still working on a crash in Jolton this morning. It's on 24 in the westbound lanes before New Hope Road, but traffic is backed up to Whites Creek Pike, and the right lane is blocked off by that accident. Antioch 24 westbound, that's also the site of a crash this morning. That's at the off-ramp to Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60. The off-ramp right side is blocked off as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So what moronic thing did Martin Sheen have to say about Donald Trump? It is 5:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also, Joan, during that pre-show meeting that we had today, we spoke about Donald Trump's picture on the cover of Time Magazine.
What the heck?
All right, so we're going to talk about that. I've got Sam getting me the photo because I've got all my stuff set up here. But Sam, send it to the Dan Show email, if you would. So Martin Sheen, of course, you know that he played a president on TV. It needs a video. He is on with Nicole Wallace. Now, you know that Nicole Wallace is on MSNBC, and she's doing something called The Best People with Nicole Wallace. And she's got Martin Sheen on there.
Because she knows.
Yeah, exactly right. I want you to listen to, I want you to think about this. Again, yesterday I was talking about, or to this morning, I was talking about all of these world leaders standing in line to get their picture taken with Donald Trump. And again, it was like, you know, parents and their kids standing in line to get their picture taken with Santa Claus. Remember that? And so this is what Martin Sheen, that political brain trust of Martin Sheen and Nicole Wallace, have to say about Donald Trump.
Big guy. So the big guy in the White House, if he would take some personal advice, you've got to realize, sir, that you are the biggest nothing in the world. And sir, you stop there. You stop listening to all these people around you, these sycophants.
So he actually said that Donald Trump is the biggest nothing in the world.
That's insane. That's an insane notion when you think about what happened yesterday. When did Martin Sheen say this?
Do you know what? That's a great question, Joan, because upper left-hand corner, for you folks watching on YouTube, October 13th of 2025. So I mean, I don't know if that was after Trump arranged to get the hostages released.
That's insane.
Can you imagine if he had said that after he got the hostages released? I'm dying. You know what, Sam? Sam's hating me today. Can you look up and see if you can figure out, or maybe one of the super texters can figure out, when was this? Because if this was actually last night or yesterday, because yesterday morning is when all of this came down, right? And really, it's been in the last couple of weeks that this thing has really been sort of ramping up. So here's more from, again, the political brain trust of Martin Sheen and Nicole Wallace.
Who are encouraging you to be your non-human self. Get in touch with that humanity. Stop fussing with your hair. And don't worry about your tie. And stand up straight and speak clearly, not from your throat. Speak from your heart.
Well, what is...
Jeez.
When does Donald Trump ever fuss with his hair? If there's one thing Donald Trump does not do, it's fuss with his hair, because if you fuss with it, it's going to get all crazy.
So apparently he was on the show Saturday, October 11th.
Saturday, October 11th. Okay, so this was before... Well, no, but they had already announced that the hostages were going to be released on Friday, didn't they, Joan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I don't know what in the world Martin Sheen has been smoking. But he's probably been smoking something.
And start being human. That's what you were made for, not golf. So there you are, Mr. President. With all due respect, sir.
Oh, you can feel the respect, right? What an idiot.
Meanwhile, you've got Bill Maher. Did you see what he had to say?
I did not. Tell me.
Oh,
I'm sure that I've seen it. I don't have it for today's show. But if you've got it,
I've got it.
I'd be glad to.
It's the mature response.
Well, Bill Maher has been known.
You cannot ever deny success. You just have to give your respect, even if it's not your thing. Don't have the humility to give it up for enormous success on any level. I You know, agree. Trump, not my choice. Didn't vote for him, but somehow,
a lot of people did.
And he's. I can't deny the success.
I can't either.
Yeah.
And
there you go, Bill Maher.
Yeah.
See, but Bill Maher is like the thinking man's Democrat. Do you know what I mean?
Classical liberal.
Yes, and that's what Bill Maher calls himself, as a classical liberal. And I hate to say this, but I have respect for Bill Maher in the sense that, although I believe that he is misguided, he's not afraid to, and Van Jones is the same way, by the way, where, number one, they're not afraid to give Donald Trump his due props, and they're not afraid to call out their own party. Now, have you, Joan or Sam, seen the absolutely epic arm wrestle that was Donald Trump and Emmanuel Macron?
So you told me about this, and I haven't seen it yet.
All right. Well, you know, Joan, it's funny. If you watch us on YouTube, you can see it because I'm about to play it. So Trump is up there, and you got all these world leaders getting their pictures taken. And I guess Macron, who is the leader of France, and Donald Trump, you know, they've got a bit of a history. I used to say that Donald Trump, he was not part of the cool kids club. Never has been. Macron, a while ago, he was apparently mocking Donald Trump to other world leaders and was caught doing it. I guess he was caught on camera doing it. But this has happened often. You know, whether it's Emmanuel Macron, whether it is Justin Trudeau, whether it's, Angela Merkel way back when, they always seem to like to make fun of Donald Trump, which I guess, whatever. He's not part of the cool kids club. So Macron comes up to have his picture taken with Donald Trump. And I'm going to play this because if you're watching on YouTube, you'll be able to see it. But I'll describe it for you because it's like, you know, they do the traditional handshake. Then they do like the more manly handshake. And they're grabbing each other's forearms and hands over hands. And it's just, it actually borders on ridiculousness. Here he comes. So you've got, I'm going to like Zapruder this thing. So you've got, you know, handshake, right hand, left hands, then go on each other's forearms. And then Trump's like, you know how Trump does this? He pulls them really in close. And it's a total, it's like
power move.
Power move. Thank you. It is a power move. Somebody did that to me on a job interview. Didn't hire him. I'm not going to have some jackhole pee on my leg and think I'm going to hire him. Nope, not going to happen. And they're muttering to each other. That's the thing, is that they're talking to each other. And you could tell the grip is really tight. Can you see that? The grip is really tight. And then Macron is kind of backing away from Trump because Trump is, you know, muttering something at Macron, and Macron is trying desperately to get away from this death grip of Donald Trump. And Trump, he's got a really stern look on his face. I mean, this is, are you watching this, Joan?
I am. This is awesome. That's the pull him in.
Oh, pulls him in and everything.
Yeah.
So, and
Is that how you held your tennis racket for Brigitte? Is that how you held your tennis racket?
So now a lip reader for the Daily Mail, and they've had, like, everybody's got their own lip readers. A lip reader has now revealed that the two leaders appeared to deliver subtle warnings to each other before agreeing to pursue the conversation behind closed doors. So Trump says, nice to see you, so you agreed. Obviously, perhaps, I'm assuming, talking about the peace deal. Trump asked Macron as he joined him on the summit stage, according to lip reader Nicola Hickling. Macron said something in response while facing away from the camera. Is it genuine? Donald Trump seemed to ask. Of course, Macron replied. Then Trump says, okay, so now I want to know why. You hurt me. I already know, Trump appeared to say. I am making peace. Macron then tapped Trump's hand and looked down at it, saying, excuse me, according to Hickling. Now, I don't know how he said excuse me. Is it excuse me, like maybe he stepped on his foot, or excuse me, like the righteous indignation of a foreign leader that would, have an issue with Donald Trump? Trump seeming to ignore Macron's request, gripping his hand even tighter. Let's handle this behind closed doors, Macron seemed to say. Trump responded, I only hurt the other. Not entirely certain what that means. Macron then responding, I see. We will have to see about that. You will see what is about to happen. Macron responded. So it sounds like Macron is kind of threatening Trump in a way, but I don't know what that threat is.
He's going to have his wife slap him. That video went viral of her.
And then Trump shot back, I'd like to see you do it. Do it. I'll see you in a bit. Oh, snap.
That was weird.
Was it his wife that slapped him upside the head?
Yeah, did you know?
Was that Macron? Oh, I know the whole story. I don't care about these foreign leaders, all that. I did think it was funny that she slapped them.
Well, it happened to be the French president.
So I don't know. I mean, obviously they know. Obviously Trump knows, because this has happened before where lip readers are dissecting their conversations. But Macron, again, I was talking about this earlier, where he was caught on tape, on video, making fun of the president. And you know what the thing is? They can make fun of the president all that they want. But the deal is, he is seeing results. Like it or not, Trump is seeing results. And they only make themselves look really petulant. And so if that's what they want to do, well, you know what? More power to them.
Especially in a nation like France that's been overrun by immigrants, that's lost its sense of culture, and crime is through the roof.
Yeah, please, Emmanuel Macron, tell us how it's done.
Yes, bless us with your wisdom.
Speaking of which, I hate to do this to folks. Have you seen what's going on in Portland?
Don't.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to play this. I'm warning you people on the YouTube chat and everywhere else that you're watching this. Naked bicyclists are now taking over Portland. They're naked, and I'm playing a video right now where, I mean, it's all hanging out.
That's a nasty one.
And they're
nasty.
They're laying on the ground, and they're riding their bicycles naked. Now, guys, I don't need to tell you that there is a bit of perilous nature to riding a bicycle naked. I've never done it. Sam, you ever done that?
I plead the fifth.
Sam? Thank you. We did need that visual at 5:50 in the morning. Joan, you ever ride a bicycle naked?
No, I can't say I have. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Sounds uncomfortable.
They're completely naked.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to sit on the seat.
And they're riding their bicycles through Portland. And in this video that I'm showing, they are blocking. There's like hundreds of them. We're not talking about a couple of dunderheads or knuckleheads. There are hundreds of these bicyclists that are naked, and they are blocking what looks like to be a major highway in Portland. How would you like to be the cop that has to put these people in handcuffs? Like, do you want to wear like a hazmat kind of a suit to like not accidentally touch anything?
Oh, yeah.
Eesh. It's like you go straight from putting all these people in handcuffs to get some penicillin or whatever they do to, knock out the diseases you might catch if you accidentally touched one of these people.
What is the deal with needing a clown show along with Antifa? Like, what is that?
Do you know what? I don't know. I don't know why it has to be a clown show, but they're only, because I want you to think about this. And Joan, you bring up a very good point. Whether it is, the naked bicycle rides or throwing, some sort of red paint or something on a Van Gogh or cementing yourself to an airplane runway or an airport runway. Those are the kinds of things that it doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? And I've said this 1,000 times. All you're doing when you do that throwing, red paint on a fur coat, somebody's fur coat, all you're doing is you are destroying your own credibility. Because people look at you and they're shaking their heads. They're not nodding in agreement with you. They're nodding their head as in you are an idiot and whatever you stand for, I want to be the complete and exact opposite. And you know what the other thing is? I'd be willing to bet that if you were to wade into the humanity of the naked bicycle riders in Portland, Oregon, and you actually started engaging them in debate, like, hey, can we talk about the subsidies for Obamacare that you say that the Republicans are, trying to destroy everybody's health care and, just kind of wade into some actual policy issues?
No, I'm going to ride my bike naked through the streets of Portland.
I'd be willing to bet that they couldn't talk about it on any kind of a level at all. They couldn't talk about the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that we know is out there within Obamacare and within Medicare. And they couldn't talk about the waste, fraud, and abuse that we see within our government. They couldn't talk about the fact that these are subsidies that were only implemented a few years ago during COVID, and now they are going to sunset as they were meant to do. They couldn't have an adult conversation. The best that they can do is ride their bicycles naked. All right, knock yourselves out, man. But, Joan, you're absolutely right. The clown show only helps our side. So if they want to go ahead and ride their bicycles naked and super glue or cement themselves to an airport runway or throw a painting, throw a bunch of paint on a Van Gogh, you go right on ahead. See how that works out for you. Jackass. Anyway, it is 5:54. Joan was coming up in the news.
Well, coming up here, investigators say, yes, it is going at a snail's pace as they continue the investigation into the explosion at AES. But that's intentional. We'll tell you why. Also, we've got new information about that guy who shot up the ICE facility in Dallas, killing 2. Coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got some old fuddy-duddies, Joan, on the super text line. Actually, just one.
Yeah.
Dan, you're the idiot talking about getting a disease from touching a naked human being. Really? I mean, technically speaking, that is how you get venereal diseases. I'm pretty certain that's how it happens.
Didn't we all learn that freshman year of high school?
I think, do you know what? Do you know when I had sex ed for the first time?
Junior.
California. 8th grade.
Oh.
8th grade.
Yeah, me too.
Was it 8th grade for you too, Joan?
Yeah.
Do you know who taught my sex ed? Mrs. Bird. She was like, I remember, I kid you not, she literally looked like a bird. Little old lady, had to be about 68, 69, 70 years old, still working, still a teacher. And that was my sex ed teacher. And I remember
built-in
to this
abstinence
day.
factor.
What's that?
Built-in abstinence factor.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? She actually, in a public school in California, she actually talked about abstinence. So there you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
But they don't do that anymore.
Oh, they sure don't. They encourage you to be 15 different genders. That's what they do in California.
That's right.
6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. You know, we're at 55 degrees right now, but we'll get up near 80 degrees in the sunshine later on today. In the news, investigators admit the work to process the scene of Friday's deadly explosion at AES is going along at a snail's pace. But Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis says the slow pace is intentional so they can safely collect and process DNA at the scene. He named all 16 of those victims yesterday.
That's the name of our 16 souls that we're still trying to take care of and their families.
The TBA is using rapid DNA technology to help make that process as fast as they can. The sniper who killed 2 detainees in a van outside an immigration office in Dallas last month died by his own hand as police closed in on him. But ABC's Jim Ryan says new documents may provide clues about the gunman's psyche.
Joshua Yon, according to his own parents, was a loner obsessed with artificial intelligence. Documents obtained by the AP show the 29-year-old spent most of his time in his bedroom at his parents' house in suburban Dallas. Steam, a game distribution platform, shows Yon logged more than 11,000 hours on first-person shooter and survival games before he opened fire on an immigration office.
And his parents also say after returning from working at a cannabis farm in Washington, Yon was convinced that he had radiation sickness. He also wore gloves to avoid contact with plastics. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After Friday's massive sell-off, investors went on a buying binge to start this week. The Dow Jones on Monday surged 588 points to close back above 46,000. The S&P 500 clawed back 1.5%. The Nasdaq Composite regained 2.2%. Beyond traditional tariffs, the United States and China will each collect port fees on cargo ships arriving from the other's country. The U.S. cites what it describes as China's unfair practices in the maritime industry. Amazon says it'll be hiring 250,000 new workers for the holidays. It's about the same as the 2024 season. Full-timers and part-timers will work in the retailer's transportation and distribution departments. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures losses are deepening here on Wall Street. The Dow futures down 363 now. The Nasdaq futures minus 390. S&P futures are minus 82. That is the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. And they are still working on an accident that has been out there all morning on 24 westbound in Joelton before the Harper Road overpass. The right lane is blocked off as they clean up that crash this morning. Some normal volume delays starting now on 24 west in the Laverne area all the way through Nashville. Also a reminder today that TDOT crews are closing off the I-65 on and off ramps at exit 37. That's for Columbia Lewisburg as they begin a project there. Now, the closure starts at 7 o'clock this morning. It'll run until 3 this afternoon, and they'll probably do the same thing tomorrow. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Tuesday, October 14th. By the way, Charlie Kirk Day of Remembrance is today. Charlie would have been 32 years old today. And he is going to be getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, of course, obviously posthumously. But Charlie Kirk, of course, one of the things that clearly has happened after his assassination, a couple of things have happened. Number one, his message has become incredibly magnified. And I love the fact that his message is out there more than ever before. So that's number one. A lot of people who had never heard of Charlie Kirk are now ardent followers of his social media because there's a lot of great videos. Remember the day that he was assassinated, the next day when I came on the air, I said that, you know, how you can remember Charlie Kirk is to make sure that other people discover Charlie Kirk. And that is indeed what has happened. So Turning Point USA, of course, there is a lot of talk, a lot of discussion about all of the chapters that were opening up all across the country. I love that as well. Have you seen this? So we all know that Bad Bunny is going to be playing the Super Bowl halftime show. Did you hear what Mike Johnson said, by the way? Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, said, he said that, well, you know, really the Super Bowl people, they probably should have gotten someone, you know, a little bit more, I think he said something, and I'm paraphrasing, someone a little more mainstream or someone maybe a little bit more popular than Bad Bunny. Like, for example, Lee Greenwood is what he said. So, of course, people automatically go to Spotify, and they will note that on Spotify, Bad Bunny has 79 million followers or subscribers, whatever they do on Spotify. Lee Greenwood, who I love, 400,000. Mike Johnson, please stop talking. I'm going to get his spirit, and I totally agree with him, but I think that you know what Amy said to me yesterday? And then I'm going to move on. Amy said, Dan, it's about time that, and she put herself in this category, so it wasn't just me. You've got to understand that when it comes to pop culture kind of stuff, you and I, she said, are out of the mainstream. And I said, you know what? I'm okay with that, as a matter of fact, because I've seen what's in the mainstream, and I know I sound like a get off my lawn kind of guy, but if it means that I'm not going to be accepting of a halftime Super Bowl performance with a dude that does nothing but sing the songs in Spanish,
and apparently not very good Spanish, according to some of my Hispanic friends,
then I'm okay with being out of the mainstream. But you know who MAGA, and again, they keep putting all MAGA as this one big block. But MAGA outrage, fans launch a petition for a country music legend to replace Bad Bunny in a Super Bowl halftime show amid MAGA outrage. Okay, so do you know the story, Sam?
I do not.
Joan, do you know the story? Don't Google it, Joan.
Oh, okay, I won't.
That's what Joan does. She knows what I'm talking about, and then she starts Googling stuff. Can you guess who that Super Bowl, who's the country legend that MAGA wants in the Super Bowl?
George Strait.
Did you Google that?
No, I just guessed it.
Did you? Okay.
That's serious.
All right, Joan, is your guess George Strait too?
I would have said Dolly Parton.
I actually would have liked Dolly Parton more, but I love the fact that MAGA would love George Strait. I think George Strait would be great. I'm here to tell you, friends, I love every single one of you, but there's no chance in HE double toothpicks that they are going to replace Bad Bunny with George Strait. Now, I don't know, have they come up with, and then I'm going to move on, but has Turning Point USA, Joan, have they come up with who's going to be playing at their version of a halftime show? Because remember,
I checked, they have said that they haven't determined who would be.
There was a list that I saw floated, and on said list was, of course, Kid Rock, John Rich, our friend John Rich. But I don't know if that was, because there's so much stuff on social media, you don't really know what's real and what's not. But Amy and I were throwing around the name Morgan Wallen. I don't think Morgan Wallen, but see, here's the thing. I don't think Morgan Wallen would do it because he shows flashes or hints of being a conservative. But he's never actually come out and said, I am a conservative. I don't think that he has anyway. And so I think for Morgan Wallen, that would perhaps anyway be far too much of a, planting a flag on the right side. I just don't think that he wants to be that political. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but they do need somebody who is huge. And Amy and I spoke about maybe Snoop Dogg, but I don't think Snoop Dogg
for
would.
Turning Point.
Yeah, for Turning Point. Snoop Dogg wouldn't. I mean, those Snoop Dogg and Turning Point, they would not. They don't blend well together. I don't.
Yeah,
think.
if the Super Bowl committee is not going to build a mock-up balcony for Morgan Wallen to throw a chair off of, I don't think Turning Point would allow Snoop Dogg to spark up some of his signature herb.
So anyway, I think that they're trying to figure out who is going to be.
By the way, there is there's a fake poster out that shows who's going to be in the lineup for the halftime show. And it says Ted Nugent, Travis Tritt, Jason Aldean. But they have not announced it yet, so don't be fooled by that poster.
See, Joan, that's what I was saying. You don't know what's real anymore.
Right.
Like you scroll down, and then I'm going to get to my stuff, but you go on Facebook, there are so many different stories on Facebook that are AI written. And you're like, when all of these started coming out, I started really being drawn into these stories only to realize they're not true.
Right.
They're not true. So I don't even know what's real and what's fake anymore on the socials. But I would love that's why I'm, out of the mainstream, because I would love to see George Strait and others, George Strait and others, who, if you could pick one artist, Joan, you first, if you could pick one artist to play the Super Bowl halftime show via Turning Point on YouTube, who would your artist be?
I think I'd like to see John Rich.
John Rich. All right. How about you, Sam?
The Red Clay Strays.
Okay. Thanks for playing along, Sam. I've never heard of them, so.
Because you're not mainstream, but it's a band I've kind of thrown
Is
some
that
songs.
band mainstream? Come on.
Well, they're growing in popularity, but they put out this song called "People Hatin'." It's their response to Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Oh, got it. Okay,
and they are as neutral about it. They're just saying, "People, stop all this hating," and the liberals are just coming after them over it.
Okay, you know what? Cue up the core lyrics for that song. We'll do that a little bit later on. Mine would be a Morgan Wallen. Because I just think that would just be a big poke in the eye to, the folks on the left.
Would you be getting rowdy if Morgan Wallen was throwing down a halftime show?
Would I get rowdy?
Yeah, we see Dan fist pumping the songs and stuff.
Sure. I'd
Mosh
be raising
pitting.
the roof and all that. Sure, absolutely. Moving right along. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, mostly sunny today, pleasant, going to feel like 80 degrees. It's going to be 80 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Bill Clinton, by the way, very quickly, has chimed in on the epic response to Donald Trump getting the hostages released. Former President Bill Clinton praising President Trump for his administration's efforts in brokering the Israel-Hamas ceasefire, saying the president and regional partners deserve great credit for keeping negotiations on track. He went on to say the horrors of the October 7th attack on Israel and the conflict they reignited have resulted in unbearable human loss. Clinton wrote, "It's been hard to watch and nearly impossible to rationalize." He says, "I'm grateful that a ceasefire has taken hold, that the last 20 hostages have been freed, and that desperately needed aid has begun to flow into Gaza." Former President Bill Clinton continued, "President Trump and his administration, Qatar, and other regional actors deserve great credit for keeping everyone engaged until the agreement was reached." Now, in the 5 o'clock hour, I was talking about how, and I'm not going to redo that segment, but in the 5 o'clock hour, I was telling you about how you had Antony Blinken, Joe Biden's Secretary of State, and whoever handles Joe Biden's social media. They were trying to take credit, at least some of the credit, for what Donald Trump did, which is complete bogus, bovine scatology, as old Uncle Phil used to say, complete and utter BS. But you know what? When your administration, here's what I would say about that. When your administration has absolutely nothing to brag about, then you try to glom on to the accomplishments of others, including Donald Trump. This was really interesting. And I love this moment. There is a moment, and this was yesterday with Scott Jennings, and he's on CNN, and it was a big moment for him because since the hostages were taken way back when, he has been wearing an American Eagle pin. Scott Jennings, of course, everybody likes Scott Jennings. And so yesterday, he was actually able to now take that pin off because the hostages have been released. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, you can see this, but you can certainly hear it on the radio as well. This was that great moment for Scott Jennings and all Americans and Israelis as well. Scott Jennings.
I've been wearing this pin for 2 straight years, waiting for these hostages to come home. And I've been waiting to take it off. And I'm going to take it off tonight because the 20 people came out. And I met some of the families earlier this year, and I've been following their stories quite closely. And I'm going to replace it with an American pin, American flag pin, because in my opinion, this was a huge victory for the American people, led by our president.
Yes.
But it was only through the power and the force of will of the President of the United States that 20 people returned to their families, that we have the beginnings of the possibility of a peaceful era in the Middle East, and that maybe a future can be had by millions upon millions of people in a place where it's sometimes hard to visualize a future. And so I couldn't be prouder to be an American tonight, because without the United States and without our president, this doesn't happen.
I mean, honestly, the whole Lee Greenwood, proud to be an American. I mean, that really does, that really is appropriate today. And I love what Scott Jennings said. And you'll notice that, and I don't know the rest of the conversation that was had, but you notice all of these leftists were just ready to jump in and start arguing with Scott Jennings. But you know what what he said really does ring true. When he said that Donald Trump really, it was the force of this man's will. I mean, he really did. You know, Donald Trump, who was it? I can't remember now. Somebody described Donald Trump as just a force of nature, because he really did go in. If you think about it, he has really been, and this is peace through strength. This is what peace through strength is all about. This is peace through strength personified. Because the president has now, as you know, ended 8 conflicts, 8 wars, including one of the most horrific battles we've seen in generations, Israel and Hamas. And President Trump, I was texting back and forth with my liberal friend, and one of the things that he said is, the crazy SOB was able to get it done. And I like what Scott Jennings said, because for, my liberal friend to actually acknowledge, even though he said the crazy SOB got it done, I think he actually meant it in sort of a affectionate kind of a way. And now apparently Sam was telling me earlier, was it the leader of Pakistan has now nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, whatever.
The prime minister, yeah.
Oh, did you see? I think this was buried in the news. The woman out of Venezuela who
won the Nobel Peace Prize.
Who won the Nobel Peace Prize dedicated to President Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. You want to talk about, a poke in the eye to the Nobel Peace Prize people? I absolutely love that. And I'll see if I can dig up the audio. I forget the woman's name. But, I mean, she was spot on. I love the fact that she called out the Nobel Peace Prize people. By the way, the president did give an amazing speech yesterday. Of course, we carried that speech in its entirety from Israel's parliament. I think we carried most of Benjamin Netanyahu's speech as well yesterday. After that, he went to Egypt. I've got a couple of sound bites from that, and also what is next in the the peace deal. Where are we right now with the bodies? We've got 24 bodies of Israeli hostages that have yet to be returned. We're going to talk about that as well. We do have a lot going on. Also, in all of the madness of the news cycle, Joan, did you see the back and forth with Hakeem Jeffries and Jeff Lawler?
Yes, I did.
Did you see that?
I did.
I don't know.
This was last week, right? You're talking about
this was last week.
When they met in the hallway.
I totally missed this.
Ah.
But I'm going to play a couple of, it was like a 5-minute, back and forth. But you see how Jeffries is I'm going to do this in the next segment in the 6:35 to 7. Did you see how Jeffries is trying to act all tough?
Yes. Yes.
And he lied. He lied through his teeth about one of the things that he said regarding the Republicans. We're going to get into, some non-Israel news as well coming up here at 6:35. By the way, just to let you know where we are going today, Sheriff Chris Daniels out of Humphreys County, he is going to be joining us at 7:35. Chris Davis coming up at 7:35, going to talk about what is going on there at really ground zero in Bucksnort and that investigation as it does continue. And coming up at 8:05, Republican nominee for the 7th, Matt Van Epps, is going to join us as well. That is going to happen at 8:05 here on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, we'll tell you why that Humphrey County Sheriff is calling out fake news about the AES explosion. Also, Nashville property owners have been trying to fight the reappraisals of their properties. We'll tell you how successful or unsuccessful they have been. That's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here with a great way for you to increase the value of your home. Yes, you can increase the value of your home by calling my friends at Zentex. How about a bathroom upgrade from Zentex, a great company that has a great deal just for my listeners to my show. Now, stay tuned, but you can convert your bathtub into a walk-in shower. That's right. They can do that for you. And for listeners to my show, you can get $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years. Whatever situation works best for you. And remember, converting your bathtub into a walk-in shower that is going to help your home's value. Zintex has won awards for ethics from the Better Business Bureau, and last year they were voted one of the best places to work in the construction industry. And happy employees do mean great customer service. Now, remember that great deal. You can get $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years when you go through Zintex, whatever works best for you and your family. Now, you mentioned WTN. You also get a free Kohler toilet with your purchase. Find them online at Zintex.com. That is Zintex.com, Zintex, Zintex.com. .627 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Are you trapped in a high-rate mortgage, watching your hard-earned money vanish every single month? Well, stop, because right now, my friends at Loan Pronto, they can help you. They are delivering the lowest mortgage rates in 3 years. Now, Loan Pronto's Rate Reduction Home Loan Program is a streamlined, low-cost way to slash your house payments by hundreds of dollars every single month. Now, you can lock in a fixed rate as low as 4.99% APR and close in as little as 2 weeks. No appraisal is needed in most cases. And here's the kicker. You can skip your next 2 house payments entirely. That's right. I'm going to repeat that because that's a huge deal. You can skip your next 2 house payments entirely. Now, don't wait. Rates this low, not going to last long. Loan Pronto, call them right now for your free, no obligation quote. Loan Pronto is indeed amazing, and here is that phone number, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Lower payments, more money in your pocket, and a fresh start with a better mortgage. That's what Loan Pronto can do for you, 615-499-5780. Find them online anytime, loanpronto.com, to get that new low rate and skip those next 2 payments. Find them online, loanpronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Good morning, now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, the investigation into the deadly explosion at the municipal's munitions facility called AES continues today. Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis yesterday calling for people to stop sharing what he called fake news on social media about the cause.
If this is an accident, we want to prove it to ourselves that this is an accident. If this is something, not saying that it is or it is not, we only have that one shot to process that evidence and to be methodical and slow in making sure that it is that accident or it is something else.
Family members have been visiting the site there. World Central Kitchen is there to serve hot meals, and the Salvation Army is supporting first responders as well. And by the way, the Humphrey County Sheriff Chris Davis will be here with Dan Mandis at 7:35 this morning. 2/3 of Nashville property owners who tried to fight property reappraisals have been denied. Fox 17 reports the Davidson County Assessor's Office has confirmed more than 19,000 requests were filed after the 2025 reappraisal, but only 6,400 resulted in a change. The rest were denied. Those homeowners say that the steep increase in their home values and the resulting tax bills are creating hardships. And this is Charlie Kirk Day. This would have been his 32nd birthday. Charlie Kirk will posthumously receive the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, at the White House today. Sumner County schools are holding a Charlie Kirk Day of peaceful discourse today as well. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN, Dan Mandis here. And if you need to save money on insurance, you can check out my friends at King and Associates Insurance. So many of my listeners have reached out and let me know that they have been able to save thousands of dollars with King and Associates Insurance. You can too. Save big with King and Associates. Now, one guy that I know, his 16-year-old daughter got into a car accident. Luckily, she's okay. But his 16-year-old daughter gets into this accident, but King and Associates Insurance, they still saved him thousands of dollars when the time came for new insurance. You know why? Because at King and Associates Insurance, they do know that life happens. And as independent agents, they can find the best deal for you and your family. Now, they're going to weed out the non-competitive companies and find the best options for you and keeping the communication flawless. Now, King and Associates Insurance, they know that it's not only relationships with the best companies around. They do have those great relationships, but also bundling home and auto together is going to save you a lot of money, and that is what King and Associates, they specialize in. They fight for you with the best people out there. Now, by the way, that coworker I was telling you about, he figured out that his old insurance agent was overcharging him for years. So you need to make the switch to King & Associates Insurance. You owe it to yourself to make that phone call, 615-321-8121, 615-321-8121, to find out what the best deal you can get with home and auto with King & Associates Insurance, as a business, as a family, or as an individual. Call them 615-321-8121, tkinginsurance.com. .634, Nashville's Morning News. Contours. Listen, the holidays are coming up. And if you want to slim down for the holidays, friends and family, you're going to see people maybe you haven't seen in a while. Contours can help you with their Belly Buster Special. Now, most folks, when they utilize the Belly Buster Special from Contours, they're going to lose 2 inches across the middle. You will, too. And taking advantage of Contours' red light technology, it not only is cutting edge, it is unique, it is effective. You can find out more about this red light technology, which, by the way, is all the rage, at their website, contoursllc.com. Go check it out, see if it's for you. And if it is, right now, you call Contours. That phone number is 615-236-9960. You call Contours. You're one of the first 10 callers. You are going to get that Belly Buster Special for just $99. That's right. Chad Benson and I both have been to Contours. Love it. Again, people taking advantage of Contours, that red light technology, unique, effective. Call right now for that $99 special, 615-236-9960. The website, contoursllc.com. All you've got to lose is inches.
Got a cleanup still underway in Jolton this morning on 24 westbound before the Harper Road overpass. It's cleaned up. Now it looks like there's just an investigation going on there in the right lane where it's blocked off, but backed up from Whites Creek Pike up to that spot. B&A, Murfreesboro Pike at McGavock Pike. There's a crash involving injuries. Watch it in Belmont, too, on Wedgwood Avenue. The eastbound side at I-65, there's a crash involving some injuries. Talbot's Corner on 24 eastbound before I-65. The exit there is 44 A and B. That crashes off on the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Can somebody please tell Barack Obama to shut the hell up? So this headline on CNN. What's that, Joan?
Well, all right, if we have to.
Obama says that Americans are being tested right now because of Donald Trump. Whatever, man. I'm in a good mood today, Joan. I don't know if you can tell. I'm in a great mood. I'm not going to let Obama bring me down. Not going to allow it, man. You were talking about Sheriff Chris Davis.
Yeah.
Humphreys County Sheriff. And he was talking about some fake news in your newscast. I missed it. What was he talking about? Because I'm gonna interview him coming up at 7:35. I got to make sure I don't ask him anything fake news related.
So he said that people are sharing fake news about the cause of the AES blast.
Did he elaborate?
He did not.
Oh.
That was during yesterday's press conference. He said this. So you may ask him about that.
You know what? Maybe I will. What is fake news? Because I think people legit want to know if it was terrorism.
Absolutely.
I will say this, is that on 4chan, because I got people sending me stuff on 4chan.
Yeah.
Where, what they like to do on 4chan is they like to start theories and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And they like to be like, hey, hold my beer. Watch this. I'm going to make this rumor or whatever it is go viral. That's what 4chan does.
Mm-hmm.
People are saying that because America supplies arms to Ukraine, that it was the Russians, I guess. So, whatever. I mean, here's the deal, is that through our Department of Defense, yes, we supply arms, munitions to Ukraine. We have been doing that for years. But I don't know. I don't think that anything should be off the table. I mean, as far as the investigation goes. So I'll ask him what he meant by that, by the fake news.
So here it is on on News 2.
Yes.
Davis said officials wanted to reiterate that the investigation is still underway. No determination of cause has been publicly released.
Mm-hmm.
As such, Davis called for people to stop sharing what he called fake news on social media as agencies coordinate to get answers.
I want to know what the fake news is. I should get him on. I'm going to say, hey, Sheriff, is it true that Ukraine or the Russians were behind this because of our support for Ukraine? And just watch him launch. But I don't think he's in a mood to,
I
no.
don't think you should do that.
No, I'm not going to do that. He actually apparently he is right there in the thick of all of this. And I don't know if you've ever been in that kind of a situation, Joan, but when you are around that much death and destruction, it really does have an impact on you. And because you're dealing with families that have lost everything, you're dealing obviously with a company that is, dealing with the loss of all of those employees and the loss of their building as well, possible lawsuits. I mean, lives are ruined. Families are ruined. And so, I mean, I'm really looking, I've been trying to get Sheriff Davis for a couple of days now. So I'm really looking forward to speaking to him about all of this. And that is going to come up, by the way, at 7:35 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I've been red-pilled, Joan.
You have?
Yeah, because people are talking about this band that Sam mentioned earlier. We're talking just very quickly about the turning point, because remember, today is Charlie Kirk Day of Remembrance.
Mm-hmm.
And Turning Point wants to have their own Super Bowl halftime show because you've got big, what is it, Big Bunny?
Bad Bunny.
You got Bad Bunny over there on the network. So Turning Point wants to do their own, and I said I would love to see Morgan Wallen do his thing. And there's a big story out there today where MAGA, air quoting, MAGA wants to bring in George Strait. And then you mentioned a band, Sam, and the band was?
The Red Clay Strays.
The Red Clay Strays. And I, of course, have never heard of them. And I mock Sam for being like, can you have somebody a little bit more mainstream, Sam? Well, apparently I'm the one that has no clue as to what is mainstream because people on the super text line, Joan, lit me up.
Yeah, they're blowing up out of Mobile, Alabama, bringing back a kind of Western, Southern rock. They're very faith-based.
Yes.
In everything that they write, and their lead singer is a phenomenal human being and a phenomenal singer, if I can get the word out.
And you said he was on Rogan.
He was on Rogan a couple of weeks ago and opened up about his faith and how it drives him and in the writing process. And, he feels like he's not just up there to perform, but to give a message to people. And a lot of his songs have gotten me through, their songs got me through some tough times. Mm-hmm. But they put this song out called People Hatin'. And it's their Charlie Kirk song. And the left is just tearing them apart over it for whatever reason. They're upset at this.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll give them a try on the way home. I mean, I don't know. Joan, what do you think of that? You like it? It's a little hard to tell with just the repeat of the one chorus.
Right, you need to, do a little more listening.
But you know what? A lot
of
people like them. They're saying that is their favorite new band.
Okay.
So there you go.
Sam sends me stuff like this all the time.
Yeah.
So
they're the ones that do that song God Does, Joan.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, well, thanks, Sam, for not sending me stuff like you sent to Joan. I knew that you liked Joan
Open
better.
your Instagram, Dan.
Whatever. All right, moving right along. 6:45, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Coming up, I've got a great piece of audio from Donald Trump. I'm not going to go crazy on the Trump audio today because we carried his entire speech yesterday there in Israel, in Israel's parliament. But there was a couple of audio bites from his big speech in Egypt that I thought were especially poignant. We're going to talk about that straight ahead at 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Mostly sunny today, pleasant, high of 80 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Need some video if I could. This is Donald Trump yesterday in Egypt.
This is the day that people across the region and around the world have been working, striving, hoping, and praying for. They have done things over the last month that I think were really unthinkable. Nobody thought this could happen. With the historic agreement we've just signed, those prayers of millions have finally been answered. As you know, the hostages have been returned, and further work goes on having to do with the, sadly to say, bodies.
Yeah.
Together we've achieved what everybody said was impossible. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East, and it's a very simple expression, peace in the Middle East, and we've heard it for many years, but nobody thought it could ever get there, and now we're there.
Yeah, that is President Trump. And again, as I say, a great speech from Egypt. And, you know, the sad truth is there still is a lot that needs to be done. Remember, though, that everybody understood that there's a lot to be done. This is a situation where, I mean, this is many, many, many years in the making, and nobody said that this was going to be easy. There's still some things that Hamas has to do, and there's still some things, obviously, that need to get done. But think about the peace plan. We've all been talking about it. Gaza does indeed have to be de-radicalized. Gaza needs to be redeveloped. Hamas has to release the hostages, obviously the remains of those hostages. That's what Donald Trump was talking about. I think there's 24. Joan, is that the number you still have, 24? There's 24 bodies that have yet to be returned.
That's correct.
And so for the president and for Israel, there is still a lot that needs to be done. There's got to be some full aid sent into Gaza. The rebuilding has to, of course, begin. They need to create a Gaza economic zone so that they're going to be able to sustain themselves as a region. Hamas has agreed to step aside, but here's the thing. Doesn't look like they are. Yesterday we spoke about the brewing civil war that is percolating there in Gaza. You've got all of these different factions that are there, and with Israel pulling out, that means that there is a power vacuum. So which of these terrorist organizations will ultimately end up running or ruling Gaza? I mean, Hamas is, driving around in their trucks and they're shooting people and they're arresting people who they believe was working with Israel. They're not even supposed to be there. So I will say that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. Here's more from Donald Trump.
Today, for the first time anyone can remember, we have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to put the old feuds and bitter hatreds behind us. And that's why so many people in this room, they didn't get along. Some did, some didn't, but they're getting along now. This has brought the people together. This is the first time the Middle East crisis has brought people together as opposed to driving them apart. And to declare that our future will not be ruled by the fights of the generations past, which is foolish. So together, let us continue in the spirit of cooperation and goodwill that has finally brought us to this incredible, historic breakthrough. If we do together, we will reach the Middle East's incredible destiny, a safe and prosperous and beautiful crossroads of culture and commerce, faith in humanity, and geographic center. This will be the geographic center of the world.
So one of the things that, and we had a Daily Dan poll yesterday, did we wrap up with about 80-20? The question was, do you believe that peace will hold in the Middle East? And it was about 80-20. 80% of you folks on YouTube said, no, you're very skeptical. And I totally get it. I mean, one of the big problems, of course, is that, as I was just mentioning, you're going to have a lot of these different groups or organizations in Gaza, and there more than likely could be a civil war. We'll talk about that. Yesterday we had a guy named Daniel Fletch on from the Heritage Foundation on whether or not he thought that peace would hold in the Middle East. And so one big question that I did have was, how big of a deal is it that there are still those 24 or so bodies that have yet to be found? I believe that they were not negotiating in good faith, but I could be wrong.
So you're not wrong. I'd say the most important thing is the living hostages are home, because now Hamas has lost its most important leverage to forestall an Israeli military response should it choose and need to begin the war again, because Hamas would abrogate the terms of the deal. The fact that it cannot find all the remaining deceased hostages is actually a testament to the fact that it's not just Hamas that has held these hostages. There's other terrorist groups inside Gaza, including Islamic Jihad and the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine, both of whom have held hostages. So Hamas isn't the only party here. They're obviously the most important and powerful one, but they're trying to locate the remains. And not to mention, as we've known over these last 2 years, Palestinians themselves, so-called ordinary Palestinians, including members or workers of the UN Relief Works Agency, the Refugee Agency for Palestinians, have held hostages. So locating them is very important. I think it is it's ongoing. It's been unclear exactly when the deadline was to release all of the dead hostages. It was 72 hours this morning for the living ones. But again, it's not going to prevent at least this phase one from being implemented.
Yeah, I think it was 72 hours for the remains as well. But talking about that brewing civil war among warring factions now roaming Gaza, you do have a few of these groups out there, including, of course, Hamas. The headline in the New York Post yesterday afternoon was that Hamas has now deployed 7,000 troops to cleanse Gaza as Palestinians scramble to fill that power vacuum that remains after Israel pulls back. Hamas, in a statement, claimed that it was, and this is a quote, imposing order and restoring security and stability following the ceasefire.
You're right. There's already over the weekend, we saw harrowing images and video. The mainstream media was not covering this, but of Hamas killing, arresting, and harming other Palestinians as they reassert control and show their dominance. It's also notable that Hamas somehow has found their uniforms again, and as they're patrolling the Gazan streets, they have their uniforms on, whereas when they're fighting the IDF, they somehow lose their uniforms. But there is a power vacuum. Hamas even said in response to the president's 20-point plan the other week, is that we will not relinquish control or at least be a party to governing Gaza going forward. So that's why this next phase 2 of the president's 20-point plan, it's really up in the air on what that looks like, because Hamas wants to be a part of Gaza going forward. Israel still retains it cannot be. That's why Israel will still retain some control of Gaza and have security operations if need be. But it remains to be seen for what the future of Gaza is. A lot will hopefully come out of this Sharm el-Sheikh meeting. But again, like I said earlier, I'm not holding my breath just yet.
Yeah, so right now there's a couple of really big issues. Of course, as I just mentioned, the return of the bodies and the potential for a civil war. Again, Hamas was supposed to be gone from the region. Clearly, it would appear that they are still there, and they are still exerting power. So we'll talk about what is coming up next in the region, and we'll continue to cover the release of the hostages. And again, as I just said, what is going to happen next for Gaza. It is 6:53. On Nashville's Morning News, don't forget, we do have Sheriff Chris Davis, Humphreys County, coming up at 7:35. We're going to talk about the explosion investigation in Bucksnort. And at 8:05, we do have Republican nominee for the 7th, Matt Van Epps. And at 6:53, Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, we'll tell you why a Sumner County dad is demanding accountability from the school system. That's coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:54. Dan Mandis here. Vision for Life. You know, they are celebrating 20 years of 2020. Now, since 2005, Dr. Jeff Horn has provided thousands of patients 20/20 or better vision. Dr. Horn's expertise and dedication have made him a leader in cataract, LASIK, and other vision correction surgeries. Dr. Horn's commitment to providing the best possible patient experience, in addition to the most advanced technologies in vision correction, have made Vision for Life one of the premier vision correction centers, not only in Nashville, not only in Tennessee, but in the world. Now, this is where I went to go for my vision correction surgery. I'm really happy. So if you are thinking about correcting your own vision, check out my friends at Vision for Life and Dr. Jeff Horn. Help them celebrate 20 years of providing 20/20 vision. by scheduling your consultation today. That phone number is 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime, visionforlife.com. Dan Mattis here for USS United Structural Systems. I was a customer before I was an endorser. I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. Now, they're experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. This is a great company, and yes, they've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. And by the way, I am one of 30,000 satisfied customers, and this is a great company. Now, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you are not going to pay a dime until the work is done and you're a satisfied customer. Now, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair. They can help you with any number of home issues. Check them out online. And it is USSTN.com. That is their website, USSTN.com. We guarantee our best. Call USS. As always, tell them Dan Mattis told you to reach out. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. USSTN.com.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump is back in Washington now after his historic trip to the Middle East. He spoke with reporters on Air Force One about what's next for Gaza. One thing that is not being considered, he says, is a two-state solution.
I'm not talking about single state or double state or two-state. We're talking about the rebuilding of Gaza.
ABC News' James Longman says what happens from here is the hard part.
Really, it has been Donald Trump's deal. That is no exaggeration to say. Of course, now is the hard work. In many ways, the easiest part of all this is done, the stopping of the fighting. But how you achieve a wider peace, this very grandiose statement that's been made now about the dawning of a new Middle East, we are nowhere close to that. The next steps, very, very unclear about how any of this can actually come about.
And the work to recover the bodies of deceased hostages continues today. The shutdown continues today as well, but our military troops are getting paid tomorrow. Tennessee 4th District Congressman Scott Desjardins.
Got money lined up to do that, and totally understand. It's one of those things when you're living paycheck to paycheck, and we underpay a lot of our military. They need that money, and they're going to get it on the 15th, and we'll find a way to make sure they get it on the 30th.
He was speaking on the Matt Murphy Show yesterday. A Sumner County father demanding accountability from the school system after his 5-year-old son was put on a bus headed for a karate school instead of putting him into the aftercare school program at the school. News 2's Sam Clementi says that the parents didn't even know their son was missing until the parents went to pick him up from the school.
Above all else, he says school staff failed to pay attention as his 5-year-old accidentally left campus.
No school staff, employee, teacher, whoever was there to say, like, something's not right, So no one intervened.
Putt was a Marine for nearly a decade. He says nothing he saw while serving active combat compares to the feeling he had when he thought his son was missing.
I was distraught. I really can't put it into words. All I know is it felt like someone ripped my heart out, and I was totally scared.
The boy was missing for 3 hours. The school has no comment. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got Dow futures right now down 256. NASDAQ futures losing 262. S&P, that's down 54. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. They're still working at Jolton 24 westbound before the Harper Road overpass. The crash investigation there. It's in the right lane, blocked off there. And they're saying the traffic is backed up to Whites Creek Pike. Out at B&A, Murfreesboro Pike at McGavick Pike, that's a crash. Another one in Belmont on Wedgwood Avenue. Now, you've got the intersection block there, Wedgwood Avenue at I-65, both east and westbound. Careful in that area. Also, Nashville Haywood Lane at Apache Trail. There's a crash in that area as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, have I mentioned lately, especially after missing 18 minutes of commercials yesterday and being hauled down to the first floor corner office? I'm still employed, by the way.
Well,
how much for now. But how much I love my job.
Yeah.
And how much I love my coworkers. So the three other hosts are on a group text, right? And we like to just, tell each other who we have coming up so that we don't double book, whatever it is.
Uh-huh.
So Murphy Show has Tim Burchett this morning, I should say this afternoon at 5:05.
Okay.
And Cameron Sexton at 6:05. But then Murphy says, after some stuff back and forth, and then Murphy says, and it's me, Chad, Murphy, and Chris Hand.
Okay.
Murphy says, I'm sick too, so there's that. I blame Dan.
Wait.
Chris Hand, 100% Dan. And then Chad says, I also blame Dan.
Whoa.
So you know what I told him?
What?
I told him that I'm going to go get the flu and lick the mic button.
Ew.
Was that too much? Oh, I'm sorry. Whatever. Hey, did you hear about Letitia James?
Wow. I saw her. I just saw her talking last night.
Hold on. We're just going to gloss over Dan's hygiene.
Listen.
Faux pas?
Well, I'm going to get the flu first. I'm not just going to randomly, lick the mic button. I'm going to go.
You're going to go
get
visit
the
a
flu.
fish market in China?
Sure. I'll go get the flu and then I'll lick the mic button. So that, listen, if they're going to blame me for making everybody sick, well then.
Can I just tell you, in the process, you're going to make yourself sick?
Joan, we all have sacrifices that we got to make.
He'd be under a blanket sniffling, going, worth it.
Okay, now, first of all, I want to make sure that everybody understands that it was Chris Hand
that got everyone sick.
That got everybody sick. Mm-hmm. Knock on wood. I'm still, okay.
That's why I appreciate this space between yous guys and me.
Oh, I know.
To use a Philly term.
Mm-hmm.
Yous guys.
I used to work with a guy that didn't wash his hands after the bathroom.
How do you know?
He was, we share a bathroom.
Casing him in the bathroom?
No, we share a bathroom. And you always knew the ones that, would or would not wash their hands. And he proudly didn't wash his hands.
Ew.
And I had to share the studio with him. Anyway.
Smelled like asparagus.
Anyway, so Letitia James, real quick, because this is not what I actually want to do.
Yeah.
But Letitia James, y'all know that she is being investigated, and I'm going from memory. She is being investigated for mortgage fraud because she bought a home, said that it was going to be a second residence, but then she ended up renting it out, right? And she gained $19,000 in better
advantage.
terms.
Yeah.
So you know what they found out now?
What's that?
Do you know who's living in the home? Apparently, it's her niece or some sort of a family member who's a fugitive.
What? A fugitive?
Yeah. Larceny and, weapons and all this stuff. They were living in the home.
Does she have an obligation?
So now Letitia James was harboring a fugitive, it would appear.
Oh, my goodness.
Is that not the craziest thing ever?
This gets, in the words of Chuck Schumer, this gets better every day.
Oh, it does. Let's see here. Letitia James' nieces, so I guess both of them,
yes,
are living in her Virginia property. Her tenants, Nakia is a fugitive. She hightailed out of North Carolina, evading arrest warrants, and moved into Aunt Letitia's bank fraud home. So there you go. So now the Attorney General of New York State is harboring a fugitive.
Aren't there charges to be brought against her for that?
You're darn right there would be.
Hello, Pam Bondi.
I mean, listen, if Donald Trump had a property and one of his wayward, whatevers was living in the home, you darn right well they would, charge him with a crime or whatever, harboring fugitives and the like.
There'd have to be wayward family members, though.
What?
You said harboring a wayward family member.
Yeah.
But Donald Trump doesn't have any.
You're right. Talk to Eric Trump. Yeah, I mean, you look at Donald, I don't want to do this, but you look at Donald Trump's kids. And Kai, Kai Trump, Joan?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
You're into golf.
Yeah.
Kai Trump is a golfer.
Yeah.
And so she's got a huge social media following, and, she's got her head screwed on straight.
She also has her own line of clothes.
What?
She does?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I love that.
Yep.
And none of them are doing crack and sleeping with prostitutes.
Do you know what? I heard that Hunter Biden has his own line of cocaine coming out.
Signature cocaine.
Ba-da-ba. Hunter Biden's signature cocaine. Oh, my God.
I left it in the West Wing in the White House edition.
Mm-hmm. So, you could have different blends. Like you could have the prostitute version. You could have the I left it in the White House version.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever.
Sleeping with my dead brother's wife version.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
He's got cocaine for like every occasion.
I threw my gun in the trash can version.
Oh, my gosh. Denying my daughter's existence version.
Yep. The trying to sell my dad's political influence version. I mean, we could just keep going on and on.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty funny, actually. By the way, just to go full circle.
Yeah.
I will not be going out and getting the flu and licking the mic button.
Okay, everyone was worried about you.
Were they worried? Were they thinking that Dan's going to do something crazy? No, not me. But that's why I actually like working here, because we can joke around with our coworkers.
2407 said Dan's going to randomly lick things in the office. That's a shocker.
You know what's so funny? If anybody actually knows me, they know that I'm not a random licker.
You're also not a hugger.
Nope, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I'm not a hugger and I'm not a random licker. We should probably move on. Hey, can we talk about real quick Hakeem Jeffries?
If we must.
So there was a video, and I thought that it was. To be honest, I thought that this video was really funny. It is Hakeem Jeffries and Jeff Lawler, and they are. I don't know. Did you see this video, Joan? It feels like it was almost set up. Whereas
it does feel like that.
Where it's like, hey, everybody, I got a video here. So Hakeem Jeffries is, of course, the House Minority Leader, and you've got Jeff Lawler, who is a Republican. And this is a video. And so, by the way, what day is government shutdown? Well, are we on 10, 12, 13? What is? I don't even care anymore. Do you know? Do you even know, Joan? I don't know, and I should know.
I don't know.
Okay, very good. I'm sure the super texters will tell us. But a couple of days ago, Hakeem Jeffries apparently said, hey, Lawler.
13.
Day 13. Meet me in the hallway. So Lawler shows up, and Hakeem's there, and they start jarring at each other. I'm going to play this audio because it is so delicious. It is so funny. Because, number one, Lawler kicks the living crap out of Hakeem Jeffries. And so Hakeem, tries to start going street. And Lawler is just like, you're making an idiot of yourself. So we're going to play that coming up next. It is 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Mostly sunny today and pleasant. Going to be 80
You can't
degrees
just
today.
laugh and not let us in on it.
No, I can't. Wait, I can't. I truly, Joan, can't. But we were just making fun of the fact that I just admitted that I am not a random licker. That's what we were joking about off there. So Hakeem Jeffries and Jeff Lawler, they met at the just in the hallway. Now, is it weird that all of the cameras were right there in the hallway? Because that's what happened. Lawler shows up, Hakeem walks out, got all of these cameras that are just waiting.
It's a clean extension for 1 year.
You voted for the one big ugly bill, correct?
I voted for a tax cut bill that gave the largest tax cut to Americans in history, including, by the way, the average New Yorker getting a $4,000 tax cut. Are you against that?
You're embarrassing
yourself right now. You want to cut the standard deduction in half?
The largest cut to Medicaid in
No, we
American
rooted
history.
out
You
waste,
voted for that.
fraud.
And they're like what, maybe a foot or two apart?
Yeah.
I mean, this has, I'm going to say this and it's going to make the wrestling people mad. This has all the reality of a couple of wrestlers getting ready for the big match. Does that make sense, Joan?
It makes absolute sense. I thought the same thing when I saw this, too.
Okay, so it's not just me.
Nope.
And it's like Hakeem is actually sort of, I don't know if he's trying to, not have a straight face, but he kind of looks like he's sort of, I don't know, he's sort of grinning a little bit. And I don't know if he's one of those really weird people that smiles when they're angry. Maybe that's Hakeem Jeffries.
Maybe.
It wouldn't surprise me because I think the dude's a freak.
And abuse, by the
You
way.
voted
Tom DiNapoli, the
for a
Democratic
permanent-
controller of New York,
Let me ask you a question.
pointed out that $1.2
If
billion
you're gonna-
were wasted.
Listen, you're not going to talk. You're not going to talk to
wasted
me. You're not going to talk to.
You see how Hakeem's getting all street? You're not going to talk to me. I think Hakeem, all he's doing, Jeff Lawler, all he's doing is speaking facts. And here's the funny thing, is that the Democrats have their opinion, right? The Democrats have their opinion on what the big, beautiful bill is, and they'll say, oh, these huge cuts to Medicare, right? And Jeff Lawler, the Republican out of New York, can say, we're cleaning up all of the waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think the Democrats are dead wrong in how their messaging is. I believe more that it's smart to, clean up the waste, fraud, and abuse. But the bottom line is that they're arguing back and forth, and the whole thing just seems really silly.
Fraud
and talk
and
over
non-New
me
York residents
because you don't
getting
want to
paid.
hear what I have to say.
Oh, I'm listening.
So why
Go
don't you
ahead.
just keep your mouth shut?
Oh,
because you
is
showed
that-
up.
is that the way to
you
talk?
showed up. You showed up.
Yeah.
And so you voted for this one
I
big
signed
ugly
on
bill.
for this. You can extend it right
a
now.
permanent extension of massive tax breaks for your billionaire donors.
So 90%.
I love how Hakeem Jeffries says, for your billionaire friends. Can we talk about, because, the Democrats are famous, of course, for going after the Republicans for their billionaire friends. You want to talk about the billionaires that have donated to Hakeem Jeffries? George Soros, big shocker, has donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to Hakeem Jeffries. Pat Stryker, another billionaire apparently, has donated hundreds of thousands of dollars. Reid Hoffman, of course, billionaire donor, has donated millions of dollars to the Democrat Party. And as a matter of fact, Hakeem Jeffries, as the minority leader in the House, part of what he does is he has to go out and, start getting donors to send money in. As the minority leader, he has helped raise millions of dollars from millionaires and billionaires. We can talk about the individuals like I just did, or the companies. You got APAC, you got BlackRock, you got Apollo Global Management, and a whole lot of others. So today is, I guess, day 13 of the shutdown. The House has passed. By the way, do you want to hear the rest of this nonsense? Here's the rest of the nonsense between Hakeem Jeffries and Jeff Lawler.
So they can get a permanent extension.
90% of Americans take the standard deduction.
Can? Is that right?
90% of Americans take the standard deduction.
Is that right?
If you had your way, the standard deduction would have been cut in half. That would have been a massive tax increase on Americans all across the country.
You're
you support
here,
that?
unfortunately.
You're against
to
lifting
do
the cap on
bidding
salt.
Of your billionaire donors.
the
That's
billionaire
unfortunate.
donors lifting the
That's
cap on
correct.
salt. We put a income cap in place.
Why are you here right now?
An income
Where
cap.
the rest
Well,
of
didn't
your
you want all
Republican
Republicans
colleagues?
to be here?
Where
I'm
the rest?
here.
Where are the rest of your
You
Republican
wanted
colleagues?
Republicans to
So there you go. I don't know.
Uh,
What do you think,
Hakeem
Joan? Real
Jeffries-
or fake?
Well, if it was real, no, if it was fake, I think Hakeem Jeffries would have come to the table with more
With more than that
facts,
he did.
information.
Well, you know, he's
all
not
he
very
did was get in the face of, well, I don't know who that lawmaker
Jeff Lawler.
is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Great New York conservative.
He sounds like your average college campus liberal.
Yeah.
You and your billionaire donors.
You and I mean, it's just like this is one of the guys that would, try to go up against Charlie Kirk, right?
Mhm.
And Kirk, could have have them, crying in a corner within 30 seconds.
Well, except he sounds like he's about to sell me New York's worst hot dog.
Hakeem Jeffries?
Yeah.
Dirty water dogs? Yep. That's exactly right. No, that's what they call them in New York, dirty water dogs.
Oh, for real?
That they literally, the guys on the stands on the street where they've got hot dogs boiling in the thing. Yeah, they call them dirty water dogs in New York. They are
Sounds like a street gang.
yeah. Anyway, House has passed the CR. The Democrats in the Senate refusing to pass this thing. Now, people keep asking me why. If Republicans hold the majority in the Senate, are the Democrats to blame? Why are the Democrats to blame if it's the Republicans have that majority in the Senate? Well, it's because to pass the continuing resolution, you need to be able to clear that 60-vote filibuster threshold. Republicans have, I think last time I checked, is it 53-47? I think it's a 53-47 lead in the Senate. All Republicans voted to keep the government open. Every Democrat voted to keep it closed. So that's what the Democrats, I think there's another vote today, as a matter of fact.
Tonight.
Democrats, okay, tonight. So Democrats are literally voting to keep the government closed. Every Republican has voted to keep the government or to reopen the government. And the bottom line is, and it's all about this filibuster threshold, but every Democrat has voted to keep it closed. Republicans, all they want to do is negotiate. It's all they want to do. Congressman Scott Desjardins was on with the Murphy Show yesterday, and it's all about health care.
Yeah, they're going to vote again. I don't really get what the stalemate's all about. I mean, I know that the Democrats think they're winning with this health care issue, but what's ironic about it was, this was their thing. They put this in the Inflation Reduction Act as a temporary measure set to expire in 2025. They knew in 2022 that they could extend it if they wanted to, but I talked to Brett Guthrie, who's from Kentucky, chair of the Energy and Commerce, and he said they had all intentions in using that money when it expired for some of their other priorities, Green New Deal, whatever you name it.
Oh, interesting. So to hear Scott Desjardins say it, the Democrats were going to get this money and use it for extremely partisan stuff. Now, these folks that have been getting health care subsidies, the subsidies went in during COVID. Now they expire. And you just heard the congressman say Democrats want to turn around and use that money for other things. The Democrats, if I'm not mistaken, want to claw back over $1 trillion in Republican cuts. So clearly we need to deal with health care, but having the government closed is not the way to do it.
And everyone I talked to, their health care has doubled. And so the people who are getting these subsidies or tax breaks, and I'm grateful that they were able to get them, but they knew that it was a temporary measure and they were set to expire, and now they're going to go back to paying what they were. We're not like doubling people's health insurance. I wish I could go back to where mine was, and you probably do too. But, that's what they're hanging their hat on right now, is they think they're winning this messaging.
And it's not. And by the way,
You're not going to talk to me.
Hakeem and Lawler, they're still arguing. It's been days now, Joan. They're still standing there with all the, still going. Just like little Energizer bunnies that they are. Well, they have nothing else to do, really.
For this one
They
big
just
ugly
argue what they're doing. I thought that was funny, but whatever. I went all the way. I just circled the whole bit around all the way to the start again. That's what I did. All right, 7:25. Nashville's winning. You know what? Forget it then. We'll just do the tease.
Fine.
Joan. This better be a good one, Joan. What's coming up?
We'll tell you what happened that got AES cited for safety concerns prior to last week's explosion. Also, a monumental shakeup for the Titans. Those stories coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'd say that shakeup, Joan, was like a Titanic
It was a Titanic shakeup.
Well, let's face it.
Why didn't I say
The
that?
Titans are Titanicking this year. Sorry.
Cheap radio sound effects.
What are they, 1-5? Is that what they are? Titans 1-5?
Yes, is that right?
1-5? Okay.
1-5.
So just so you know, behind the scenes, Joan, Sam has been doing nothing but talking about how excited he is that the coach of the Titans was fired. He's just yammering all day,
He
all day
alerted me
in the morning.
to it because it's not on my radar.
Yep. It's none of my caring. Anyway, 726, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here, and don't forget, this coming Saturday from 9 to 6, it is Vortex Day at the Glock store. It's going to be amazing. Now, if you've never shot with a Vortex red dot optic, I have, by the way, or any red dot optic, this is a huge opportunity for you, courtesy of the Glock store. Now, Vortex, they have just introduced the enclosed versions of their red dot optics, along with a brand new multi-reticle aiming system. Just $10 plus a box of ammo gets you into the range for a personalized red dot optic training session. I had mine. I absolutely loved it. Now, the Glock store introduced me to the red dot optics, and I love them. You will too. And by the way, you can apply the cost of the ammo to your new Vortex optic. You know, Vortex is allowing the Glock store, by the way, this is huge, to slash prices beyond their minimum advertised price to save you money. So this is a great optic, and yes, great prices from the Glock store. Remember, this is going on this coming Saturday. It is Vortex Day at the Glock store, 9 to 6. They've got swag and giveaways ready for you, including 10 of those new red dot optics to give away. That, my friends, is a $400 prize just for showing up. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, especially on Vortex Day. That is this coming Saturday. Don't miss it. Find the Glock store online, glockstore.com and shoot270.com. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. October is here, of course, and so is the return of chilly air seeping into your home. That is, if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows. Window Nation to the rescue. Eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with the top quality replacement windows from my friends at Window Nation. I've got, count them, 4. I got 4 Window Nation windows in my home. I've never been happier with a window. Now, here's the deal. Right now, they've got a great deal going on for you. You want to stock up on some great windows. Listen to what Window Nation has to offer you. This month, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 windows absolutely free. There is no limit as to how many windows you can replace, and your total price includes 1-day installation. Also, you don't make any payments for 2 years. No monthly payments, no down payments, and no interest until 2027. That is a big deal with the holidays coming up. Put an end to your window problems before this beautiful fall weather ends. Find them online. It is windownation.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Good morning. It is 7:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The names of the 16 people who died last week in the deadly blast at the site of an Accurate Energetic Systems facility now released. Humphreys County Sheriff Charles Davis.
As we stand up there, we start looking out across everyone that's in the room. My neighbor, her husband is in one of these victims. One of my best friends.
Meantime, Channel 4's Amanda Hara on the company's safety record.
The most recent safety issue at this facility dates back to 2019, when AES faced several small fines from the Department of Labor for allegedly failing to protect workers from exposures to hazardous chemicals.
Now, Channel 4 is also reporting that last month, the Department of War awarded AES a $120 billion contract for the procurement of TNT, which is used primarily in grenades, bombs, and shells. Day 13 of the government shutdown. Another vote in the Senate is tonight on that clean spending bill.
Even top Republicans like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson warning that the government could be in for one of the longest shutdowns in its history. The record is 35 days set during the first Trump administration. And now more than 750,000 furloughed federal workers plus essential staff like TSA agents and air traffic controllers already feeling the pain, receiving their last paycheck until the government reopens.
That's ABC's Jay O'Brien. Brian Callahan is out as head coach of the Tennessee Titans. NBC Sports' Mike Florio.
The football gods gave them a gift last week against the Cardinals, and they didn't turn one win into two. They just took that as, hey, we got our win. We're not going to go winless, and they're back to what they were.
Callahan's dad also departed yesterday. Senior offensive assistant Mike McCoy is taking over as the interim coach. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 734. Dan Mandis here. Guys, if you can feel your energy slipping away, you could have low testosterone. Now, my friends at Synergen X and Low T, they can help you reach out and take a quick and simple T-test and get back on track with pharmaceutical-grade testosterone. Now, some of these other companies, they compound their testosterone, so you don't even know what you're getting or if it'll even work. But Synergen X and Low T Center, they've helped guys at work, the gym, and love. What can they do for you? Find out with a quick trip to the clinic. Find them online at trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com. The best you is waiting. Now, guys who have taken TRT say that it has completely changed their lives, and you can too. You can get treated at home or at one of their many clinics around town. You can choose, but when it comes to where to go to feel like you again, choose the MVPs of TRT, Synergen X and Low T Center. That website, trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee. It is spooky season. Don't be tricked. Let the home experts at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling treat your family right. We won't ghost you. Join the Beehive Club for free. Just carve a pumpkin of Buzz the Bee, post it on social media, and tag Busy Bee. That's it. That's all you've got to do. Show off your carving skills and get rewarded. Need HVAC service? Upgrade your thermostat and get a free dryer vent cleaning. Choose from our Honeywell Basic or Go Pro with Wi-Fi control if you've got plumbing problems. We'll flush your water heater free with any plumbing repair. That, of course, is great for your pipes. And if you need a new HVAC system, they've got a scary good deal. A free 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranty. That, my friends, is a $750 value complete with any system install. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. That's busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833.
Well, that crash on 24 westbound in Joelton this morning involved a fatality. So there is a long investigation still going on there. It's right before the Harper Road overpass, and the right lane is blocked off. You've also got a problem in Joelton on Clarksville Pike at Old Clarksville Pike North. That is an accident scene as well. Volume delays, of course, heading in on 24 this morning on 40 and on 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:38. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Was it George W. Bush that said, what was it? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Is that what?
Is fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again.
Apparently, so I set up another interview with Chris Davis that apparently is not going to happen. It happened yesterday, too. But can I just be honest? He's got a million things going on. I really wanted to, get his intel from, Ground Zero here in Tennessee, Bucksnort, Tennessee. He is, of course, Chris Davis, the sheriff in Humphreys County. But in fairness, he's been all over the place. But he and I, we spoke yesterday. But it's okay. It's okay. If he wants to call in, he's got our number because we are. I think at this point, a restraining order may be appropriate.
One against you.
Yeah,
right?
one against me, sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I did admit that I lick things in the office. Now, I was just kidding, just so people know, I was just kidding. Like people are saying, oh, gosh, Dan, you're so gross. How is it people don't know that I'm kidding?
They do.
Like, honestly, do you think, really?
Yeah.
Well, not everybody's on our YouTube or Twitch, Facebook, X live stream, so they don't see the expression on your face. They hear the seriousness in your voice.
I almost never have a seriousness to my voice. I've always got a humorous lilt to my voice. Do I not? Unless I get good mad.
It's a great word.
Like people liked our, what would Hunter Biden's cocaine line of designer cocaine be called? Biden's blow. Biden's blow. Yeah, that was one. People seem to really like that. So
I think Joan won that with the I threw my gun in the trash.
You know what? We did. We had a lot of good ones.
We did.
But Jones was good.
It's the hit list, Just keeps on going and going.
That's exactly right. All right, well, I'm going to move on. Scott Jennings, who I really like a lot, of course, and most people do. We're talking earlier about the Democrats and the ridiculousness of the Democrats. By the way, coming up at 8:05, Republican nominee for the 7th, Matt Van Epps, he's scheduled for 8:05. How much you want to bet, Joan, that this is going to be like my second interview is going to go south?
I don't think so.
Do you know that? Were you working that one day, Joan? I had 3 interviews that did not show up in one day. That was awful. But it actually led to a lot of hilarity, so whatever. Anyway, Scott Jennings, real quick, and he's going somewhere with this. So we're talking about, the big, beautiful bill and Lawler versus Hakeem Jeffries and that whole nonsense. Well, I really liked what Scott Jennings had to say, and I've got some video here. This is Jennings talking about, and I was talking about Congressman, I guess his name is Mike Lawler. I called him Jeff, and I don't know why I called him Jeff, but it's Mike Lawler and Hakeem Jeffries arguing back and forth about what is going on. And I pointed out the lies of Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats where they keep talking about, by the way, you said today was day 13 of the stalemate.
That's correct.
Are you sure? Because CNN's saying 14 days.
They are.
Fake news.
You're fake news.
Fake news.
Wow. I'm taking it from ABC, so.
Fake news ABC.
Day of the shutdown is it?
Doesn't matter. No, you know what? Nobody's really paying
AI
attention to this.
Generating an answer for me.
I guess it depends on whether or not you count the first day.
Okay.
Right?
So, yeah,
That's
13
what it is.
was Monday. Today is 14. So, okay. I've been doing fake news. I confess. All right?
Clip that. Clip that. I've been doing fake news. I confess. You got to clip that.
No.
You know, I purposely did not speak so that we could get that clean.
Thanks. Thanks, Dan.
You've also never crashed while farting. So this is Scott Jennings.
If I can't trust you not to put a boy in a teenage girl's locker room, how will I ever listen to your plan for taxes and the economy?
Right.
I will not, because I've already concluded you're a lunatic.
I mean, listen, tell me where Scott Jennings is wrong. Tell me where Scott Jennings is wrong when he says,
if I can't trust you not to put a boy in a teenage girl's locker room, how will I ever listen to your plan for taxes and the economy?
Right.
I will not, because I've already concluded you're a lunatic.
You know, we were talking earlier about this protest in Portland with all the naked bike riders. And you know what's so funny? Apparently this is a yearly event in Portland, Oregon, where everybody rides their bike naked. Did you know that, Joan?
What a nice place Portland sounds like. No, I
don't
know
understand. I don't understand why. Like, what purpose are they serving? So apparently, they've had naked bike rides to protest ICE in Portland, and apparently they have naked bike rides just because. And if that's what you want to do, and you're not going to get arrested in Portland, whatever. But think about what Scott Jennings is saying. The Democrats, you know, they're very nonsensical in not only their behavior with the naked bike rides, but also in their policies. I mean, he just touched on the one, right? Men in girls' bathrooms. But they're also pro-violence. Tell me they're not. Somebody tell me that the Democrats are not pro-violence. All you got to do is look at any major Democrat city. All right, let's just look at Memphis. I mean, Memphis is easy to pick on because it's a complete and utter train wreck. But look at Memphis, or look at Los Angeles, look at Chicago, whatever. You can't tell me that the Democrats are not pro-violence if they are fighting law enforcement agents coming in to stop the violence, right? Duh. They're anti-police. Obviously, we know that they are all about defunding the police, which here's what's incredible. Way back when the defund the police movement, I was here, I was in the seat, and talking about the Democrats and their defund the police movement, and they were getting absolutely obliterated in the polling. And finally, somebody was like, you know, this may not be a good idea. And they tried to change course. Well, the damage had already been done. But here's the amazing thing. They're doing it again. Because to me, anti-ICE is just another version of, you know, defund the police. They're pro-censorship. They're pro-open borders. They're pro, of course, the Biden cover-up. Then yeah, they're pro-crime, obviously. And so when Scott Jennings, when he says,
if I can't trust you not to put a boy in a teenage girl's locker room, how will I ever listen to your plan for taxes and the economy?
Right.
I will not, because I've already concluded you're a lunatic.
He's right. And you know what? I would like to see any Democrat out there debate Scott Jennings on that issue. 746, time to check the roads on WTN. .747 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Today, mostly sunny, pleasant, and it's going to feel like and be 80 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, it is interesting. J.D. Vance, and we didn't have a lot of time to cover this yesterday because of all of the Donald Trump speeches, the Benjamin Netanyahu speeches that we were covering yesterday. But J.D. Vance who they're now online affectionately starting to call 48, I'm just going to say, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. I firmly believe that J.D. Vance will be 48, but let's not get too confident. Let's not get too cocky, right? You got to make sure you get out and vote, whether we're talking about the next presidential election, the midterm elections. We've got this special election with Matt Van Epps versus Afton Bain. He's going to be joining us at 8:05. Got to make sure that even though he won by a wide margin, you've got to make sure that you get out and vote in the general special election. So, I'm saying, if you want to call J.D. Vance 48, knock yourselves out. But we got a long, and I mean a long way to go for that. But he was making the rounds over the weekend. I mean, he was on Meet the Depressed, as Al Rushbo used to say. He was on, I don't know, a number of different shows. I think he was on Newsmax as well. And, Trump was out of town. Most of the Trump administration were either in Israel or on their way to Israel. So it was up to J.D. Vance to carry on the torch. And he was talking about J.D. Prickster, where he's JB, of course, is doing everything that he possibly can to battle law enforcement coming into Chicago. And this is what he said.
Governor Pritzker will talk a lot, I'm sure, about how bad Donald Trump is, about how bad I am, and about how bad the administration is. He is the governor of a state that where its biggest city has murder rates that rival the most violent places in the third world, George. Why is he so mad at Donald Trump for trying to keep Chicagoans safe? He should be mad at the criminals that he has failed to keep at bay. We're trying to help him, and we're trying to help the residents of his biggest city. I wish that he would let us, because he certainly isn't doing the job himself.
Doesn't he just have a great point? Like, why are you mad at the people that are trying to stop the crime in your city? And so now you've got everybody, and it's almost like people are missing the bigger, broader point. The bigger, broader point is that the Trump administration, regardless as to the level of crime, the Trump administration is clearly trying to simply save lives. And so right on cue, J.B. Prickster comes on with that other prick, George Stephanopoulos, and says this.
You just heard Vice President Vance. He didn't directly answer whether he agreed with President Trump that you've committed a crime, but what he did say was it seems pretty criminal to him, your behavior. What's your response?
And by the way, the question was based on Donald Trump saying that J.B. Pritzker had committed a crime. And J.D. Vance, all the JBs, it's driving me nuts. But Prickster says, oh, yeah, they're going to say that I committed a crime, but I haven't. And even J.D. Vance wouldn't go that far to say that the Illinois governor had committed a crime.
Well, you just heard a tidal wave of lies from the Vice President of the United States. It's a bit shocking, and you heard over and over again him just making things up on national television with you. There's a reason why the judge here in federal court said that the administration lacks credibility. And
yeah, it's because that judge was appointed. I want to say it was a Biden appointee, but we're seeing that all across the country, where you have these Democrat judges who just want to stick their crooked little fingers into the eyes of the Republicans, who are simply trying to save lives, obviously.
Why even the Nobel Prize Committee chair said that the administration lacks integrity. This administration, led by a 34-time convicted felon,
I mean, listen to all this.
Is threatening to jail people that are
the greatest hits of stupidity from the Democrats.
They're making things up to go after people. We're seeing it day in and day out. And the fact that he's made a threat against me, I'm not afraid. I'm going to stand up for the people of my state.
Mm-hmm.
And
he said, it's interesting. He says that he's going to stand up for the people in his state. Okay, well, you're standing up for the criminals, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole point. He's standing up for the criminals. And that is exactly what Joe Biden did.
Well, and the next cannoli to roll off the table.
You know, I try really hard, Sam. Joan, back me up on this. I try really hard to take the quality of conversation on this show to a higher level.
Yes.
I know that I called George Stephanopoulos the P word not 30 seconds ago, which I actually thought was pretty good. How I wove that in. Did you hear that, Joan?
It stung.
That
I
was
just-
Marconi winning.
Yeah, when it happened, I said to Sam in the talkback, wait, did he just say that?
I sure may. I'll deny it if the lawyers.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sam, make sure you erase those tapes. Hey, it's 7:54. Joan's got the news at 8. Joan.
Yeah, we have more on the victims that were being named yesterday at the site of the AES explosion. Also, a little bit of insight into the psyche of the guy who killed 2 detainees, ICE detainees, when he was aiming at ICE workers at that facility in Dallas. We've got some information on that here coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. The Wellness Institute of Nashville. These folks, they've been great to me over the years. When I came to Middle Tennessee, I was riddled with back and neck pain. They helped me with their spinal decompression. They can help you as well. No surgery, no spinal injections, and no painkillers. And so listen, if you have back or neck pain, sciatica, slip or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, yes, they can help you. And right now they've got a great special going on for the month of October, $12 for a comprehensive exam. That means that if you need x-rays, you get x-rays, a well-explained diagnosis, you do get that comprehensive exam. And that first treatment, all for just $12 from the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. The website is painisbad.com. Go there, find out all about their spinal decompression. 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. DT McCall's. Listen, if you need indoor furniture, if you need appliances, you need something for the garage, maybe you need a lawnmower, go to my place, DT McCall's. I was a customer before I was an endorser. This is a great Tennessee company. They are here for you. They're fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value. If you've got a room to fill, they can help you fill it. If you need something that plugs in, they can help you out as well at DT McCall's. Go to their website, right there, the front page of their website. They've got specials, great prices on all things indoor furniture, appliances as well. They've been doing this for over 100 years, DT McCall's, where they focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they are going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. 3217 asks this question, Joan. How do you comfortably sit on a bicycle seat naked? Sounds painful. I think we need to send Sam, the stunt
there
boy,
you go.
out.
Stunt boy out.
Stunt boy.
You don't.
That's a good. You don't. And 2805, of course, our resident liberal. It's like your only talking point now is bathrooms. That's actually, that entire segment was about a bazillion other talking points besides just bathrooms.
I'm sorry, which side was complaining about bathrooms for the longest time?
Yeah, that was their side. Advocating for grown-A men to go into the bathrooms of women. And it is so stunning, isn't it, actually, how passionately they fight for the most ridiculous of things. The Democrats. You, 2805. But that's okay because you're listening, and I appreciate that. 2805, Joan, is the quintessential hate listener. Because he just, I'm looking at some of his past texts. I mean, every time somebody makes a point, he just, you can almost tell what every host spoke about every single day, every single hour by the text messages of 2805. Just peppering with, his snarky little comments. I enjoy them. Keep them coming, 2805. And thank you for listening. It is 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. It is now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Investigators admit that the work to process the scene of Friday's deadly explosion at AES is going along at a snail's pace. But Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis says that the slow pace is intentional so they can safely collect and process DNA being collected at the scene. He named all 16 victims yesterday.
That's the name of our 16 souls that we're still trying to take care of and their families.
Now, the TBA is using rapid DNA technology to help make that process as fast as it can be. Warren County District Attorney Chris Stanford has resigned. He had been charged recently, back in February, actually, with a felony reckless endangerment charge after a bizarre incident in Smithville when he showed up during a police chase of 3 suspects. Channel 4's Amanda Hara.
Investigators say one of them rammed a car into a deputy's truck. Well, Stanford then fired shots toward the suspect. One of his bullets went through a home with a family inside.
Yeah, and one of those bullets narrowly missed a 3-year-old girl inside of that house. Stanford's trial date is set for next year. The sniper who killed 2 detainees in a van outside an immigration office in Dallas last month died by his own hand as police closed in on him. But ABC's Jim Ryan says new documents may provide some clues about the gunman's psyche.
Joshua Yon, according to his own parents, was a loner obsessed with artificial intelligence. Documents obtained by the AP show the 29-year-old spent most of his time in his bedroom at his parents' house in suburban Dallas. Steam, a game distribution platform, shows Yon logged more than 11,000 hours on first-person shooter and survival games before he opened fire on an immigration office.
And his parents also say after returning from working at a cannabis farm in Washington, Jan was convinced that he had radiation sickness and that he wore gloves to avoid contact with plastics. In market news, brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After Friday's massive sell-off, investors went on a buying binge to start this week. The Dow Jones on Monday surged 588 points to close back above 46,000. The S&P 500 clawed back 1.5%. The Nasdaq Composite regained 2.2%. Beyond traditional tariffs, the United States and China will each collect port fees on cargo ships arriving from the other's country. The U.S. cites what it describes as China's unfair practices in the maritime industry. Amazon says it'll be hiring 250,000 new workers for the holidays. It's about the same as the 2024 season. Full-timers and part-timers will work in the retailer's transportation and distribution departments. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Looks like we're going to give back all those gains yesterday. The Dow futures right now minus 410, NASDAQ futures down 298, and the S&P futures are dropping 64. That is the latest news. We've got traffic coming up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Tough ride coming in from the north this morning for folks on 24 westbound. That's westbound side before the Harper Road overpass. It is still blocked off by a crash investigation. 65 southbound, though, at Trinity Lane, exit 87. That's a crash. The right shoulder is blocked off by it, but you got a big delay around that this morning. Also, Goodlettsville, Vietnam Veterans Boulevard westbound at Conference Drive, exit 1. The crash there takes out the right shoulder as well. They're telling us that that's 2 SUVs and a pickup truck involved in that crash. Cedar Hill Park, Old Hickory Boulevard at Dickerson Pike. There's a crash. Lebanon, watch out for some road work. It's on Hunters Point Pike, southbound before Old Hunters Point Access Road. The right lane is blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. I want to say good morning to Matt Van Epps. And Matt, I haven't spoken to you since your primary election victory for the 7th. Of course, people know you won the Republican nomination. 51%. I mean, I think this is obviously a landslide. A couple of questions just real quick. Did you know going in on that morning, did you have any indication that this was going to be such a landslide victory in the Republican primary for the 7th?
Hey, Dan, good morning. Thank you so much for having me on. Honored to be on. Let me just start by saying you were the very first media we did, and you were kind enough to have us on back in June when we launched it. I'm so grateful for that as we work to get our message out. And we worked really hard every single day in all 14 counties. But no, we didn't think the margins were going to be what they were. We felt like we had surged ahead in the last couple of weeks, maybe by a couple of points, but we didn't know that we'd have the margins we did. And I think the governor's endorsement and the president's endorsement in that final week were very, very helpful too.
It's really interesting because I talked to a lot of folks, and everybody said, oh, this is going to be really close. This is going to be really close. And it really wasn't. As you sort of decompress and you look back on the campaign, what are you hearing? What do you believe with your political intuition? What do you think was the main factor driving such a victory for you? Again, at 51%.
Yeah, and let me say too, just thank you to the voters. Thank you for everyone that came out. I'm so grateful and humbled by the outpouring of support. And as we thought back on it, there's a few things. We were the first to announce, and we did that to get in and talk about our background in special operations, small business, state government, still serving in the National Guard. And we traveled to all 14 counties and wanted to take the message forward as an America First conservative. And we built a very broad coalition. We were honored to be endorsed by over 40 local officials, from county mayors and sheriffs and highway superintendents and just a whole bunch of folks. And we built that over the 4-month process, in addition to the endorsements from Congressman Green and Jim Jordan, Mike Herodopoulos, and then the governor and president. And, I think it was getting out and building that very broad coalition, talking about the background. I think we ended up doing 20 or so debates or forums. I think the only ones that I missed, but the team were at, was because I had National Guard, and I think we had a fundraiser for one of them. But we were out early and just wanted to connect with as many people as possible.
You and I both know that a good part of campaigning is going out and shaking hands and kissing babies and all that kind of stuff. Did you find it a challenge to be able to do that and still, do your obligation to the National Guard?
It was a little challenging. The weekends that I had drill, that's what I have to do, and that's the focus. My unit's down in Tullahoma. I'm a lieutenant colonel, serve as a deputy brigade commander. But also about midway through, I had to spend a couple of days going up to Michigan to Camp Grayling, where we had some units, and it's part of my responsibility to travel up there with the commander and visit those units. So had to take in the Army, we call it tactical pause on the political side and the campaigning. But I absolutely love that aspect of service in the National Guard and hope to continue serving in the National Guard when we're successful on December 2nd.
There were many other Republican candidates. As I say, you did get the majority, but I know it's always a challenge to bring everybody together. I would love for the other candidates and their supporters and the people behind them to throw their support behind you. Have you heard from the other candidates? Has there been a significant push from inside the party to throw their support behind your campaign?
There has, and I'm so grateful for that. When the president endorsed on Friday, October 3rd, really shortly thereafter, Lee Reeves suspended his campaign and endorsed us, and then Stuart Cooper suspended his campaign and endorsed us. And I was so grateful for them for taking that leadership and doing that. As soon as they had done that, I called both of them. And since we won on Tuesday, I talked to just about everyone. I'm so grateful for my opponents and their outpouring of support. They ran great campaigns, and now it's all about unity. It's all about coming together. We're going to be out together in the coming weeks as we travel across the district. And I think that part is it's so incredibly important because the Democrats are throwing everything at this. I mean, Dan, this is not a walk in the park. The Democrats are energized. They know that this is the only election that'll be going in the country, and we absolutely have to get our team fully together, everyone on board, and we need to get everyone out and vote. The early voting starts in less than 5 weeks now, so we don't have an opportunity to take a break or a pause. We have got to continue pushing forward.
Matt Van Epps is joining us. Your opponent, Afton Bain, is dusting off the usual talking points for the general election. Agreeing with others in her party that you, Matt Van Epps, went to represent billionaires. And she, of course, attacking President Trump's toughness on illegal immigration. Big, beautiful bill as well. Any thoughts on, number one, how to respond? What are you thinking about maybe, I don't know, do you debate an Afton Bain? Is it even worth it?
Yeah, well, I don't think the contrast could be more clear. the values that we stand for are Tennessee values. They're American values. And we're going to fight really hard to drive America first forward and support the president. That is good for our country. It's good for our state. It's good for our district. And we're going to be taking that message forward. I'm not sure if we're going to debate. I think our message is clear, and the folks across the district, resoundingly supported us, and I'm so grateful for that. A little over 51%, as you mentioned. We won 12 of 14 counties, and for those who didn't vote for us, that's okay. We want you on the team now. I humbly ask for you to join our team, join this. We have got to have a united front and push forward so that the values that make our district, our state, and our country great are the ones that we continue to take forward and work against those socialist and communist values that have no place here in Tennessee or in our country.
Well, one of the things that, as you look at this race, the Democrats, they always want to try to make these kinds of races close so that they can say, oh, look, even in, the 7th Congressional District in the state of Tennessee, Afton Bain got really close to Matt Van Epps, even if you win. So I think to make a statement, I would say that it's got to be a blowout, as much of a blowout as we can, to make a statement that the ideals that Afton Bain, puts forward just simply won't be tolerated, because really people call her the AOC of the South for a reason. Matt Van Epps is joining us. Got a little bit more with you coming up, sir. Need to very quickly, though, check the roads on WTN. Today, sunny, 80 degrees. All right, Matt Van Epps, real quick, let's talk some issues. So, what's happened in Israel between Hamas and Israel. There is a ceasefire, peace deal now going into day 2. You served in the Middle East. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Dan, I think first and foremost, the president has just done an incredible job. He's executing peace through strength. We go back to the strikes against Iran. And he drew a clear line and attempted to negotiate. And when that didn't happen, he executed peace through strength. And now we see the Gaza peace deal, which is, just incredible. The president deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. I'm hopeful that that committee gets it right next year because it is transformative for the region. It's going to be transformative really for the entire world. And he's an exceptional leader, and that's what he does. So I'm excited to get to Congress and help the president and do whatever I can to codify the executive orders and to work to ensure that we can execute peace through strength.
One of the things, and of course you mentioned previously, and you and I have spoken about this before, but the National Guard, of course, is in the headlines almost daily, and they're heading into some cities all across America. And what are your thoughts on the Democrats, of course, as you know, from a judicial standpoint, they've been fighting the National Guard, doing anything of any real substance in some of these cities because these liberal judges are stopping them at every turn. What do you think about all this?
Yeah, this is about safety and security for our families and our communities. And the president has taken a great approach to this. We look at Washington, D.C., where the National Guard was first deployed, and all of the crime data and statistics are going down. It's very, very favorable. Violent crime is down. Carjackings are down. The mayor came out and said, change the tune and said, hey, yeah, we want the National Guard here. And it's the same thing in Memphis. We're seeing really good outcomes, and and the president working with the governor and local officials to not just bring the National Guard, but to bring other federal resources and assets so that police and other federal assets can focus on the highest crime areas, while the National Guard are in lower crime areas and able to take on that role. And I think we're seeing really positive outcomes with this, and it's something we should continue to consider, and I'll support the president in those efforts.
One of the things that's in the news today, actually, I have not covered it, but it's something that I advocate for. But Pete Hegseth the other day, and this is again in the news, wants to have stricter fitness goals for the military. What do you think about that, being a military man yourself?
Yeah, well, I think that's absolutely right. You know, we have to build a force that is focused on the warfighter, and that's what the Secretary of War has done. He's driven policies and is setting conditions so that we have the strongest fighting force possible. And that's what we have to do when we look at our near-peer threats, and we have to be best positioned to fight and win. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. It's closing with and destroying the enemy. I mean, that's what the military is designed to do. That's what the training is focused on. And he is setting very high standards, and that's how it should be. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the changes that have already been executed. And I think it's really exceptional.
Have you thought about, and I totally understand if you haven't, but have you thought about what committees you would be interested in serving on if you win? Well,
Yeah, I thought about it a little bit, Dan, and I think going in the special election, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of choice. And I told the teams in DC that I'd serve at wherever needed. But I think as I kind of wrap my mind around that, I think the House Armed Services Committee is one that I would certainly be interested in serving on with my background, and also with Fort Campbell and district. I mean, Fort Campbell is it's a massive economic driver, and it's also a force projection location that has the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, where I served, the 5th Special Forces Group, and the 101st Airborne Division. And those are elite and very special units, and would be honored to represent Fort Campbell, those units, and to fight hard for Clarksville, Montgomery County, and then the surrounding district as well there.
All right. I'm unfortunately out of time. Matt Van Epps, is the website still mattfortn.com?
Yes, sir, it is. mattfortn.com, mattfortn.com. And just thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate the time, and just ask everybody to come out and join our team. We need you in this fight.
Absolutely. Again, mattfortn.com. Appreciate it. It is 8:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 615-737-9986. Super text line is open, getting a lot of comments. Appreciate that. Joan, some of the comments are even complimentary.
Oh, get out of here.
And I got called out for something.
We love to hear those. Like, that's fun.
I'm not going to talk about what I'm being called out for yet, but I'll tell you coming up with Chris Hand at 8:35. So there you go. What's coming up?
We'll tell you how successful Nashville residents have been at getting their reappraisals taken care of by the city. Also, it's Charlie Kirk Day. We'll have the latest for you, what's happening for what would have been his 32nd birthday today. Coming up here in the news at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joe. Dan Mandis here. Lake lovers, listen up. Dan Mandis here for Tennessee National. Tennessee National Lakefront Resort. You've been hearing me talk about them for years. They are a golf and marina community. And coming up on Saturday, October 18th, they're releasing a brand new phase of lake lots. Again, one day only. It is coming up on Saturday, October 18th. If you've ever wanted to live by the lake, a second home, maybe retirement, whatever, this is a great opportunity courtesy of Tennessee National. Listen to these deals. They've got cottage packages with boat slips. They are starting at only $379.9. Home sites with 40-mile views and covered boat slips, they are starting at $99.9. They've got move-in ready homes. They've got custom builds. They've got lot sizes up to 7 acres. Now, the amenities at Tennessee National, amazing. Pickleball, swimming pools, coffee shops, a marina, great restaurants, hiking trails, and a whole lot more. 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. Don't forget, they are releasing these new lots on Saturday, October 18th. Call this number for your own private tour. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 865-408-9992. 865-408-9992. Find them online anytime, TennesseeNational.com. TennesseeNational.com. Tennessee National. Memories begin here. 828 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hope you are doing well. So, Joan, here's why I was called out on the Super Text line.
Okay.
People have noticed that I always seem to gravitate towards the ones that are negative, like 2805.
Oh, yeah.
And do you know why that is? Because a lot of people say, nice things about me in the Super Text line. They do. I promise they do. You've probably seen them. But I don't like to talk about the ones that are positive because then I look like I'm being braggadocious, and I don't like to feel that way. I would much rather, laugh at myself and whatever these folks are saying. I got a new skit for Murphy Show, by the way.
You do?
I do. I got a new skit for Murphy Show. You know what it is?
What is it?
Nincompoops on the text line.
Oh, well.
Wouldn't that be good? Or maybe I should do that for myself. But we all get the nincompoops on the super text line. Who do you think gets the most nincompoops on the text line? That's a great question. Who gets the most hate?
Who gets the most hate?
Do you know what
See, it's hard to tell
it's
because
hard to
sometimes
tell.
we get hate about other hosts.
Yeah,
Do you
but
know
that
what I'm
don't count.
saying?
See, I
Okay.
don't. I'm not going down that road. I love all my brothers.
I think it's situational.
Like depending on the topic.
Yeah, depending on the topic and how it's presented.
Yeah.
Then it can be all four catching the same amount of hate.
Sure. So like if Chris Hand can go ahead and do his non-circumcision topic like every day, he can get all the hate in the world.
Big foreskin.
Big foreskin.
What?
Do you know what I told Chris? Oh, this was so funny. You know what? Is he here? Did he make it in?
He is. Yes, he's here. Yes.
Chris and I had an absolutely epic text conversation that I'm going to expose when we come back on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. Now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And the investigation into the deadly explosion at the munitions facility, AES, continues. Humphrey County Sheriff Chris Davis yesterday calling for people to stop sharing what he called fake news on social media about the cause of that blast.
If this is an accident, we want to prove it to ourselves that this is an accident. If this is something, not saying that it is or it is not. We only have that one shot to process that evidence and to be methodical and slow in making sure that it is that accident or it is something else.
Family members have been visiting the site. World Central Kitchen is there to serve hot meals, and the Salvation Army is supporting first responders as well. 2/3 of Nashville property homeowners who tried to fight property reappraisals have been denied. Fox 17 reports the Davidson County Assessor's Office has confirmed more than 19,000 requests were filed after the 2025 reappraisal, but only 6,400 resulted in a change. The rest were denied. Those homeowners say that the steep increases in their home values and the resulting tax bills are creating hardships. This is Charlie Kirk Day. This would have been his 32nd birthday. And at the White House, President Trump is going to welcome the president of Argentina today. And then at 3 o'clock this afternoon, President Trump is posthumously awarding the Medal of Freedom to Charlie Kirk. Also, Sumner County schools are holding Charlie Kirk Day of Peaceful Discourse today. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Well, stocks are trading now, but it's not looking good. The Dow dropped at the start here. It's down 364 right now. The Nasdaq falling 322. S&P is down 64 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Stick of Joan, 8:33, Nashville's Morning News, Brentwood Jewelry. Now, this is the jewelry store in the Mandis House, the official jewelry store of the Mandis House. Should be yours as well. Now, if you've got a special occasion coming up, check out my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. If you need a special gift for a special someone, well, Brentwood Jewelry is just the place to go. Now, guys, for the lady in your life, you got your necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. And for the guys, money clips and cufflinks. And yes, they do have watches for everyone and every budget. My favorite watch, Amy got for me at Brentwood Jewelry. By the way, if you also have a family heirloom, maybe it's an old watch that needs repair, maybe it's a ring that you want to reset, Brentwood Jewelry, they can do it for you. They've got great merchandise and terrific prices for every single budget. A family-owned business, they have been in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house, and they are here to help you. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com. Dan Mandis here for the Generator Super Center. Now, you know, the weather in Middle Tennessee, it can get crazy. It's going to start getting really cold. Think power outages. Think about freezing in your home because the power is off. My friends at the Generator Super Center, they can protect you and your family with a backup home standby generator. Now, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, you can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Super Center, they do feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and yes, financing is available. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Jolton are still working a crash scene. It's an investigation now on 24, the westbound lanes at Harper Road overpass, the right lane blocked because of it. You got a crash at TSU as well on Jefferson Street at 28th Avenue North and Cedar Hill Park. It's Old Hickory Boulevard at Dickerson Pike. There's a crash in that area as well. They're working on the road in Lebanon, so Hunters Point Pike southbound before Old Hunters Point Access Road. You've got the right lane blocked off by that construction this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Well, that sounded good.
Yeah, well, I'm still feeling a little
Good
sick
Lord.
from you getting everybody sick.
I didn't get everybody sick. Did you hear that I shared everybody's in that text message? I talked about what that text message was.
I did, and I'm glad you did.
Call it the Murphy Show calling me out for making everybody sick. Everybody knows it wasn't me, it was you.
Yeah, right.
Listen. By the way, I was just kidding. I'm not going to lick the microphone light.
Appreciate that.
Not in the microphone switch. I'm not going to do it.
Good. Wouldn't have been as bad as what you did last time.
Moving right along. You ever see that movie Step Brothers? All I'm
Yes.
saying. That's all I'm saying.
Stay away from my drum set.
You notice that, Joan, when you and I get a little too gaudy, boy-y,
A little too punchy.
little too whatever it is.
I just be quiet.
You just
I'll let
be
you guys
quiet.
sink all by yourselves.
That's rich, Miss Fake News.
Oh, ouch.
You know what that is?
That's Sam
Scissors.
clipping.
So Friday is vasectomy day.
Oh no, Dan, don't do it.
Yeah,
Dan.
I'm getting snipped.
Whoa.
I'm imploring you not to do it.
Don't.
So,
We had a big text message thread about this yesterday as well.
I what did I take? I don't even know how we got started.
Because we have to record a podcast because we haven't done Mostly Peaceful in a couple weeks. Because
that's right.
Because we've both had stuff going on. And
Yes.
So then Dan said we got to record Thursday because I got the snip. And
I got the snip. I would love a piece of that wood.
Oh, stop.
Not after Friday.
So I don't want Dan to go through with it.
Why?
Because it's all bad. It's all bad what comes from that, John.
Chris sends me this whole thing about how when you get a snip, it's like there's a more of a risk of
prostate cancer.
And all kinds of other, horrible things. And I'm trying to put it in, and I just can't get it in. Okay, you can stop that right now, young man.
It leads to hormonal imbalances.
Which the last thing that any of you need to see is me with my hormones unbalanced.
You could actually lose the libido in general.
Your hair could fall out. Oh.
And then you could get depressed. And nobody wants to see sad Dan around here.
No, nobody wants to see sad Dan around here.
I honestly, I told him I would donate a portion of my salary to pay for the goalie, if that's what's really this is coming down to.
Do you know what Amy said, though? Because I was reading your text message, and she said, Dan with a lower libido actually doesn't sound like a bad idea. So there you go. Anyway, here's the funny thing.
Has anybody else told you not to go through with it? Because
no one
I was
has told
starting
me.
to give him horror stories.
I just want to let
you
know that I'm your one true friend.
Okay, so
he cares very deeply about your boys.
As much as I do too, but do you know how much I don't want any more children? I don't want any more kids. So, and neither does Amy. And when she divorces me, my third wife also will be of the understanding that no, I don't want any more kids.
But there's ways around it without going under the knife, my man.
Listen, I'm a man of convenience, Chris.
Okay.
Let's move right along. So the best part of this, though,
pray for Dan,
is that the doctor said, yeah, you might want to take it easy for a couple of days, I've got red eye all next week. So I'm going to be doing that whole stupid 9-hour shift thing that I do. And
Marathon Mandis.
And I'll be apparently, crossing my legs or whatever. I'll be the guy walking around with a bag of frozen peas.
Oh.
After the snip, the nickname Marathon Mandis will take new meaning.
Snip. Moving right along. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, so Chris is all decked out in his Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day.
I got my Charlie Kirk shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a very cool shirt.
Yeah, I like it.
We got to describe it. It's got Charlie Kirk on it.
Yep, and then it has Isaiah 6:8. Here I am, Lord, send me. This is one of the official Turning Point ones. I got a very nice email when I ordered it. They said, due to popular demand, this is gonna take like 4 months to get to you.
Oh wow!
And then it was at my house in about a week and a half.
People keep buying those Freedom shirts.
I know. I love them.
Where do you get? See, here's the funny thing. Where do you get the official Charlie Kirk version of that shirt? Like, where did he get that? Do you know?
I don't know where he picked up that one. I do know that all the Turning Point USA store stuff goes to Turning Point, obviously, and I know Brandon Tatum, the Officer Tatum, he's selling a bunch and donating all the proceeds to Charlie and the family.
So
you got to be careful. You don't want to get one off Temu or off Shein or enrich somebody who's just profiting off of Charlie's death. Like, that's not cool.
I don't think this is distasteful. But do you know what I recently found out about Charlie Kirk?
What's that?
He used throat coat. Did you know that? He did. He used throat coat. They were talking about his he like me, he speaks for a living. And, when he was with us. And he was always worried about his voice. And there was a box of throat coat in the studio where he would do a show. I had no idea.
People swear by it.
I do. Lately, I feel like I need like a heavier version of it.
Didn't we
is.
go through this and we realized that slippery elm lowers sperm count?
I don't care. You know what? As much as I need the lower sperm count, that's going to be taken care of.
Not in my household. Not in my neighborhood.
Anyway.
I love that we could retread some of the Biden clips.
Sure, absolutely. And Sam is having way too much fun with all of that.
Well, I do have some other audio we were intending to have some fun with. If you wanted
go
to.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Got a confession on record about our news anchor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's
Too bad you can't find it. Oh.
There you go. Joan Jones. I'm doing fake news. I confess. I love it.
We should get her a blue sash that says "Miss Fake News" in white
that would
cursive.
be so funny.
Can I have a tiara too?
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
I'm in.
You can have a tiara. All you want.
My wife's friend made her a sweatshirt that says "Red, White, and Blueberries," and she'll be wearing that today.
Aw.
Isn't
See,
that
that's
cool?
cute.
That's cute.
Do you know blueberries is a superfood? I'm told.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what it is. I have become so addicted to blueberries. It is like I bought a big thing the other day.
In the
Stop it.
supermarket?
Yes, in the supermarket.
Okay.
You two got to get your minds out of the gutter.
Says the guy with scissor sound effects.
I know, right?
So
It's not even the tool they use.
That's not even part of the procedure.
If they pull those out, you're in trouble. They call those loppers in the doctor's office.
Oh, do they? I don't know what they actually do. I have no idea what they do.
It's a scalpel.
It's a scalpel.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. Anyway, moving right along.
Big knife.
So I love blueberries.
You made sure the
bad.
doctor didn't have shaky hands, right?
Yeah, you know what's funny? So I go in there. This is actually very funny. I went into that same doctor. I didn't even remember this. I went into that same doctor like 8 years ago.
Is this the second time you're doing this? Did the first one not take?
No, I forgot to go back. Because COVID happened and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know what happened. I know what happened. Things were going downhill and I just didn't think I was ever going to have a girlfriend again. So I just, screw it. I don't need it. And then...
Hey, 3257 says that he is 83 years old. He was snipped in 1974.
Attaboy.
And none of the problems that Chris mentioned occurred.
By the grace of God.
Okay.
Okay, so if your hatred of what do you call it? Getting the big foreskin circumcision.
Yeah, big foreskin.
So if you are criticizing big foreskin, what would you say about getting snipped? That big what?
Not a fan.
Not a fan.
That's big scalpel.
Big scalpel.
So there's going to be a numbing agent introduced.
Yes.
And then they're going to.
It's just a needle about this big.
Then they're going to pull the scalpel out, and then
How
you'll be
long
sitting
does
on
the
an ice
numbing
pack.
agent work? It's probably not that long.
Well, see, I was telling Dan about a friend of mine who it didn't take.
Oh, the numbing agent didn't take?
And yeah.
Oh.
And so.
You've heard about those surgeries where people go under, but they can feel everything, but they can't move?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've been trying to block them out, Chris. Thank you, though, for all of that, Sam and Chris.
I'm just trying to be a true friend.
So, again, no more kids. I am almost 58 years old, and the last thing the world needs is any more Dans running around. So that's what I'm going to do.
I think the people need more Mandis.
Hey, you know what? I would actually agree with that. Just ask the people on the super text line that have been hating on me all day.
Are you going to at least freeze some boys just in case of an apocalyptic situation where we need to repopulate?
Do you know, last time I checked, there wasn't a lot of people clamoring for some Mandis boys.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
Well, apparently blueberries are good for them.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea. All right,
for
very good.
motility.
So our event tonight was canceled, and we had to talk about that. security concerns. So do you know what my wife is doing today?
What's that?
She's going down to the garden store, and she's buying 3 blueberry bushes for us to plant at the house.
That's cool.
So we're gonna plant some blueberry bushes. We're gonna crank some worship music, and
I love that.
that's how we're gonna be spending our evening.
I love that. Blueberry bushes.
Yep.
Do they grow in Tennessee? I don't even know this.
I have blueberry bushes.
You have blueberry bushes?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
You can grow almost anything in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Okay, because the people that are screaming about the palm trees at In-N-Out are up in arms.
Oh, they just don't think it goes
you can't
there.
grow palm trees in Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's what people say.
The In-N-Out in Murfreesboro has the sign on it now.
Ooh.
I'm so hype.
Big hype?
Big hype.
Okay. Very. Now
when we went to Arizona, we went for the memorial service. Well, first, we went to the vigil that they have at headquarters, which was unbelievable. And there was a lot of blueberries there. But my wife and I exclusively ate In-N-Out Burger the entire time we were there.
Did you really?
That's all we had.
Wow.
That's all we had was In-N-Out.
Okay.
It was
And
awesome.
do you think that you're going to get tired of In-N-Out when the time comes? How close is the Murfreesboro to your home?
It's on Medical Center Parkway, so I don't know, like 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. You add about 30 minutes of that to get through the drive-through line. You'll be fine. Yeah.
30 minutes. I'm thinking, I said to the kids, I'm like, it's going to be about a 3-hour wait, guys.
Well, it is. I mean, in L.A., you have, I kid you not, it's like McDonald's. In L.A., you've got an In-N-Out every few blocks.
In Phoenix, there's only like 10 of them. So there was
Vegas, I think, only has 2.
There was pretty long lines in Phoenix.
Yeah. Well, so it's going to be crazy. As much of a fan of In-N-Out as I am, I don't know if I'll even be going for the first couple of weeks because it is going to be so insane. However, because of my hours, I can get off of work and I can go there to be in line by 9:30 for an 11 o'clock lunch.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's exactly. Murphy Show is Matt and I have a date. We are set. I'm going to introduce Matt Murphy to his very first In-N-Out burger.
You got to go animal style, Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? It's
What is animal style? Hang on.
Oh my goodness!
It's like with the secret sauce,
animals.
Thousand Island dressing, caramelized
animal
onions.
Style is all of this stuff. It makes. I don't like animal style because it makes it goopy.
It's a little
I don't
bit-
like goopy.
You gonna play the snip sound effect again?
You know what? Oh my gosh! I just realized what you said.
So yeah, it does make it a little drippy, but it's worth
my
it.
Lord. All right, very good.
La 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 la. I'm covering my ears. I'm not listening.
Anyway, so there you
Okay,
go.
Miss Fake News.
Oh.
It's going to be the greatest vasectomy ever, best of all time. You know what? I hope so.
The accuracy, the precision.
Are you gonna do endorsements like you did with your LASIK? I found a doctor and he walked me through the process.
No.
Let me
No,
tell
I
you,
don't
his
think he's a
numbing
listener.
agent took up real quick. I didn't feel a thing.
Listen, there's 2 most important things here. Number 1 is that it works. Because I don't want
1
any
out
more
of
kids.
600.
The proof in that will be in the
Do not
pudding.
take.
Yes. Okay. And number 2 is that the numbing agent actually works. So there you go.
One of them will know right away. One of them we may or may not know within a few months.
1 in 600 chance it doesn't take.
600, really?
That's low.
Are you wait, 1 in 600? Are you serious?
Does that change your risk reward analysis, Dan?
I'll just get it twice.
Oh.
Let's get it
What?
twice. Can you do it twice?
Go
just to
back
make
in,
sure?
Doc. Go back in.
You know what? I want the extra. Is there an extra? I don't know.
Can I get
the extra?
Can I get the extra option?
Can I get the extra option just to make sure it works? Because, I mean, whatever. I'm going to stop now.
At what time in the morning did you isolate the scissor sound effects?
And where did you get it from?
I got it on YouTube, and I got it as you were coming in.
Okay, perfect.
Actually, why? No, I haven't been overdoing it all day. I
Okay.
saved it for you, Chris.
All right, perfect.
Actually, there you go.
Did you save something?
Whatever. Anyway.
I'm going to be trying to talk you out of this every free moment I have
That's
up until the 0 hour.
For Friday morning, you want to send me a final Friday morning at 11.
You ever see the movie John Q, where he takes over the hospital to save his son? That's going to be me on
Is that
Friday
gonna be you?
at the vasectomy office.
As you're starting to go to sleep, you'll hear Chris going,
Just
"Don't do it."
Doors kicking open. We're saving my boy. Get him out of here.
Don't go under the big scalpel, Dan. Don't go under the big scalpel.
Don't do it.
So
I'm not going nuts.
Oh, look at the time. It is 8:53. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan was coming up.
A Sumner County dad wants answers. He said the school lost his son. That's coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:54. Dan here. How do I depend on Xfinity? Let me count the ways. I've got a lot riding on my rock-solid internet from Xfinity. Riker, of course, doing all of that homework and all of that gaming. Amy working all day long from home. And yours truly always preparing and doing shows from my basement as well. All of that, of course, is courtesy of Xfinity. And by the way, if something does go wrong, they can make it right with 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it. You know, with a Riker in the house, he is 11. It's critical that we are able to check out exactly what he's watching and what he's doing. And with Xfinity, you can. You can depend on these folks, so check them out today, online anytime at Xfinity.com. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or stop by a store today. $8.55, Dan here from Mark Spain Real Estate. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home quickly with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, and no stress. You know, with Mark Spain Real Estate, they are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 13,000 five-star reviews. You can trust, my friends, to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. They are, of course, home to that guaranteed offer. Now, that guaranteed offer, that is the maximum amount of money and the least amount of hassle. Check them out today, Mark Spain Real Estate. The website is markspain.com. The phone number, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. Again, that is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. I had a really good line today, and I feel like it got lost, Chris.
What was the line?
And, it had nothing to do with, the snip. No. What it had to do with, I was talking about J.B. Prickster.
Yes.
And then I said, and that other prick, George Stephanopoulos. I thought that was a great line.
I like it.
Yeah, and it just kind of got lost in the shot. I said, what? I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say something. I say it really fast, hoping that nobody notices.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I don't get any attention for my, devious little line, then I feel like I've got to draw attention to it.
You got to double down.
And then I've got to double down. That's exactly right. But wasn't that a good line?
I like it.
And that wasn't even planned. It just came right into my head.
This is where the Marconis come from.
That's exactly right, Chris.
I got a text here from 1479.
Yeah?
Said the numbing effect didn't take on one side for me.
Oh.
Felt like the doctor was stretching it to the ceiling and slapping it like an upright bass. You sure you want to go through with this, Dan?
I do. I have to. My wife.
That happened to me when I had one of my babies.
Oh, no.
Only worked on one side.
Oh, no, Joan.
Yeah. So it's possible.
And that's
those
a
things
human
happen.
being.
Yeah. It happens, Dan. I'm sorry to tell you.
Listen, I would rather that than have more children. And by the way, my lovely wife is wants me to do this too. And since I don't want a second divorce.
Well, the nice part is that they're not going to put you under, so you'll be wide awake the whole time.
I think they have a mirror. They'll be able to point it down there and you can watch if you want to.
Nope, that's actually not going to be happening. And I'm going to pay extra for the, put me out cold.
Can we live stream it for the YouTube views?
Oh, I think that's a great idea.
You know what? That'd be great. I would totally do that. As long as I get the credit for the views.
Just you spread
the
out
credit is
in
yours,
the stirrups.
You spread out in the stirrups. No, Sam. Anyway.
Are there stirrups for that?
I don't know. I haven't done it. I don't know. I don't know.
I guess we'll all find out on Monday.
Well, that'd be humiliating. Anyway, Chris, what do you got coming up?
Well, we're gonna honor Charlie Kirk. We got Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day. We're not having our event tonight, but we do have something that you could do that would be very, very cool. We'll talk about that at 9:35 with Joanna Daniels, the library chairman of Sumner County, and we'll also have Joe Bob, the host of Turning Point Tonight, joining us at 11:05. Talk a little Charlie.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. WTN.